This morning we have the privilege of the first lecture of Robert Moore for us in this conference. Robert Moore is a Jungian analyst. He is a training analyst at the C.G. Jung Institute in Chicago. He is also professor of psychology and religion at Chicago Theological Seminary. He's the editor of Carl Jung and Christian Spirituality, which is a book that you will find over here on the table. There are 6 more volumes already under contract of this series. That book is a series. And there are 6 others under contract which will examine the relationship of Carl Jung to other major religions of the world. He's the president of the Institute for World Spirituality as well, and also is the co-editor of Jung's Challenge to Contemporary Religion. Robert was a lecturer for us a few years ago, and he spoke then on the masculine archetypes in a very powerful way. At that particular time, we were into a lot of the feminine archetypes and the feminine involvement, and there were a lot of men that said we need some masculine input. And so we called upon Robert, and it was a powerful series. And I know what he has to offer for us now will also be a powerful time and experience.
Thank you, Jim. It's a pleasure for me to be here with Journey into Wholeness again. It's an honor for me to be part of the advisory board. I really believe in the work that Jim and Annette and all of you are doing. I think it's one of the most important institutionalizations of the provision of a forum for the discussion of the important relationships between Jungian thought in general and Christian spirituality in particular, as well as the widespread struggle to formulate a human spirituality which is equal to a postmodern planetary culture. And this is an enormously important thing, and it's a joy to be with all of you. Now, John Dowerly last evening was emphasizing a lot of the contribution, as he views it, of Jung's theological ideas. I'm going to emphasize this morning, especially, and in my second lecture, the psychology itself, the uniqueness of Jung's psychology, and why it is we turn to Jung's psychology particularly and not just others. And so I want to say a little bit about the uniqueness of Jung's psychology. For those of you who are not schooled in comparative psychology or comparative psychoanalytic theory, I'm privileged to have the responsibility of teaching comparative psychoanalytic theory at the doctoral level. As some of you know, before I was a Jungian psychoanalyst, I was an Adlerian psychoanalyst. And before I wrote anything on Jung, my first book was a Freudian book. So I have sort of recapitulated the history of the psychoanalytic movement in my long journey. My niece once asked me why I went to school so long, and I said, honey, some of us just take longer than others to get around to the right things. But let me just say just a word. It seems to me that the genius of Jung's psychology, which we who are theorists and practitioners of his psychology have to constantly keep in mind, is his understanding that the unconscious is structured. Now, this is an incredibly important idea, and let me just say why. Because it's the only school of psychoanalytic theory that views the unconscious as a place that can actually be mapped. It is related to Chomsky's model of linguistics, that there are, in fact, deep structures in the human psyche, in the unconscious, that the unconscious is not just like the Freudians used to teach. a cauldron of energy that is basically chaotic. The unconscious is full of deep structures which influence and in too many ways determine the life of the ego. And so if you'll think a moment about that, if Jung is right, as I believe he is, it means that serious, careful study can help open up a geography of the inner world so that you will not be totally lost when you start exploring the psyche and psychic life. That is, there are predictable things that you can recognize in the inner world. And this is not something which is just somebody's conceptual idea. These are things which Jung viewed as being something we find empirically through research. This is a phenomenological investigation. These are not somebody's strange, mystical, religious ideas. These are structures in the psyche which can be seen whether you're a Jungian or not, if you can look carefully enough. And so what I want to emphasize this morning is Jung's psychology as a scientific, empirical psychology of the deep structures of the human unconscious. The way to talk about this is the archetypes are not Jungian. They are human. Jung simply was a pioneer in beginning to map them. And there have been others that have done this. Now, what I'll get into showing you why that is important in the context of our conference and our topic. The first thing, I'd like to do a number of things. I've got too much here to do. And we'll see how far we get this morning, and I'll pick up, if I don't get as far as I want to get, I'll pick up in the second presentation tomorrow. But here's the way I want to proceed. First, I want to give you a quick geography of the different spaces in the unconscious and the objective psyche, particularly located in what we call the archetypal self, or the conjunctio. Then I want to show you where I, in terms of my research, locate the psychology of Satan. There is a particular location in the archetypal structures in the psyche where you can see the human preoccupation with evil. And then I will move into elaborating that in terms of what has been called the combat myth. Because the struggle between good and evil has always in human culture been talked about in terms of the combat myth, and I want to show you the salient aspects of the combat myth. And then I want to show you some different psychoanalytic perspectives on what may be going on in this combat myth. What is this that is being combated? In other words, we need this morning to reflect upon the psychological understanding of what we would call evil. And we throw around the word evil a lot. And we tend to get too much into these meta discussions about the privatio boni and all these things. But I'm a clinician primarily, and not a meta theoretician primarily. And so I want to show you today and tomorrow the concrete, clinical, experiential things in psychopathology that you can recognize as being manifestations of the psychology of evil. Now, during the course of our discussions, we will have an opportunity for you to think and do your spiritual theology, because you're all going to have to do your own theology of this stuff, because it admits of different interpretations. And so one of the last things I'll try to get to today is showing you what Paul Ricoeur, the great philosopher, would call the conflict of interpretations on this. There are many ways to draw conclusions about the way in which evil is structured psychologically and the meaning of that theologically. So we'll see. I'm just going to present to you some of the options. I will tell you what seems to make more sense to me, but I can't play Vatican here for you. So you're going to have to do your own theology and struggle with that this week. So if you're ready, feel free to raise your hand during my presentation. I'm going to go awfully fast. The material this morning is about 8 hours of material. I'm gonna hit the ground running. I've got to be able to see it too. this first business is a business. This is research in process now, and it's going to take a long time to develop this adequately. But I'm known more for my work on the psychoanalysis of space and ritual around the world. I'm known widely in terms of being a specialist in the study of psychoanalysis and ritual, and particularly ritual spaces. I have continued that work, and I have come to work on a kind of a structural analysis which is grounded in Jung's thought but carries it forward empirically in terms of the different spaces in the psyche, in terms of the different ways in which you have studied some alchemy, and you know that Jung talked a lot about the mysterium conjunctionis, the king and queen within, and that many Jungians believe that is the most adequate representation of the archetypal self. That the archetypal self, people talk about it being represented clearly with Christ, but actually the most adequate, in terms of Jungian psychoanalysis, the most adequate representation of the archetypal self is really the Rex and Regina, the king and queen of the alchemical couple. And you see this clearly in terms of the fact that we are all contain both sexes in the deep structures of our psyche. And but what I have found in my work is that this archetypal couple, when you look empirically at individuals, you find that they manifest themselves in very discrete ways in different people. And while you can say that the center of the psyche is expressed and imaged best in terms of the king and queen, you also find a warrior couple within. You also find a priest and priestess within, or the magician couple. You also find a pair of lovers within. And if I had time, I would go into a lot of the mythology which elaborates this. Now, in terms of world mythology, the king and queen take on these different personas at different times in their life. If they're making love, they're manifesting in this form, Aphrodite and Eros. See, if they are manifesting as the great magician, you may have seen Morton Smith's book, Jesus the Magician. Well, then they are in this form. If they're the priest and priestess of magic, they're represented here. If they are on the warpath, we see this a lot in marriages here. I'm not kidding you. We'll get into that because if you are in the warrior space and you're trying to deal with your spouse, and your spouse doesn't understand this deep structural psychological stuff, that spouse may get into the warrior space with you. And if you don't understand that your job together is to fight chaos and not each other, you're going to have problems. But anyway, so the king and queen manifest this way, and then they manifest in terms of their role as the center of the world. And so you have 4 different manifestations in the conjunctio, and the only way to really get a sense for this is to study world mythology about the gods and goddesses. And you will see, when you study the gods and goddesses, you can start with Jean Bolin's work on this, gods in every woman, goddesses in every woman, gods in every man, and so forth. And you can see in the variety of the expressions of the gods in mythology, different ways in which, different times in which they manifest in these different ways. But it's all in terms of a psychoanalytic viewpoint, it's all various manifestations of the great man and the great woman within, which is the archetypal self. Now, that's a whole thing in itself. Yes? Oh, yes, I'm going to do that right now. The 4 different spaces that are created, this is the interesting thing, and I'm teaching courses now on the relationship of this to couple therapy, because they're distinct psychosocial spaces that exist in each of these couples as they manifest in the psyche. if a husband or a wife is in the king and queen on the throne kind of space, they will be almost all parent. They will be invested in creating a cosmos or world. This is cosmos in the technical sense that Eliade uses it. This is a ordered, justly ordered world. And there's no sexuality to speak of here. You wouldn't even know that the king and queen had genitals in this modality. And when a husband and wife get into this, their sex life goes to hell. You see? If they're locked into this. Now, so the space that emerges in the king and queen is this world building, or we'd say family building, home building, nest making, business building, so forth, so on. Church building. But anyway, it's a very special kind of space with very special kind of concerns, and it excludes the others. If you want to know why some clergy are not interested in spiritual direction, ask yourself, well, are they locked into the king stuff or the queen stuff? Because if they're into the king, being the king or queen, they're probably not interested in the spiritual direction stuff, which is here. See? Okay, you follow that? Okay, so the space of spiritual direction is here. The spiritual direction and liturgical leadership, in which is serious liturgy, serious ritual, serious attempts at transformation, is liminal space, liminality, sacred space, transformative space. That is the space that opens up when the psyche, the great self, is manifest in this form. This is what the psychoanalyst has to get into, but must get into it consciously. Gene and Wallace Cliff were talking the other night about how easy it is for psychoanalysts to become inflated in an identification with the great magician. See? And priests and spiritual directors and clergy do that too. See? So you got to realize this is a part of the great self, and you need to utilize it but not identify with it. That's the principle we'll be operating on today. So down here, this is the garden space. This is the Eden, the space of passion. It is the garden of delight, and it is the garden of sorrow. When this is the space of intense love and vulnerability. See? If you love, I guarantee you will suffer. See? They don't come separately. If you love, you will suffer, and that is the space of the lover. And it has a specific purpose in the psyche of making you human. See? That's its purpose, to making you feel. If you don't love, you're not vulnerable. See? If you're not vulnerable, you're not human. See? Now, of course, you can get in trouble with this, and you can spend a little time thinking, well, how do you get in trouble with this? Well, you get in trouble with this when you identify with the great magician. A man gets in trouble with this when he identifies with the great phallus. See? I'm serious. And the woman with the great yoni. So many men, so little time. See? Okay. Now, I wish I had more time. We'd go into that more, but... But that's not our purpose this morning. I'm trying to locate the struggle with evil in the psyche archetypally. Now, that's where we come here. It is in the warrior space that the archetypal structures in terms of the archetypal combat with evil it fits. And the space here...
What's the word right below warrior?
Right here? Jihad. It's the Muslim idea of spiritual warfare. Struggle, spiritual struggle. That's what jihad means to the Muslims. To the Muslim, particularly if you want to understand the Shiites, they're mainlining, they're shooting up this archetypal structure. Their spirituality is centered right here. Service to Allah is struggle. And if you're not struggling in the spiritual warfare, you are not a Muslim. And so that is where this is located, see. And this in Christian mythology, liberation theology is locked right there. Armageddon, the apocalyptic fantasies of the religious right are locked right here. And so there is this struggle. Now notice this could, when you don't know about this stuff, you can be husband and wife here, and then you can have always Armageddon between you. And you know, there used to be a lot of so-called marital therapists that would play lest you and him fight. You two are not, what's wrong with you is you two are not fighting enough. You know? They ought to be sued for malpractice, in my view. Because if a couple is locked into this, more fighting doesn't help. All you get is a Götterdämmerung, where the god and the goddess make magnificent, majestic warfare. You know, like World War II battleships with their 16-inch guns going this way, see. But anyway, the important thing to realize is that this is the space of combat with evil in the psyche, yes.
What does help the warriors to understand?
Well, you got to help them understand that their warrior self is real fine and dandy and good, but it exists to destroy. And that they have to learn to participate in some of these other spaces. And what I do in my work with couples is I immediately come here. And I says, hey, you two, we need to help you find the garden because you have lost it. And you show me a couple with a lot of marital problems, I'll show you a couple that has lost the garden. Yes?
The film that shows magnificent warfare between the king and the queen, I never seen anything like it, is Dangerous Liaison.
Yes.
It's phenomenal film.
Yes, yes. Well, that thing is, that's got a lot of wonderful archetypal modes. But now we got to move on. Remember where we are here. I'm gonna deepen this now. We've got to get into this space more deeply. You ready? You're located here? Okay, here we go. Stay there, because this is an elaboration of that space. This is the combat myth. Let me give you a reference for you that love getting into serious mythological and historical research. There's a new book out with Princeton University Press by a man by the name of Forsyth, Forsyth. It's called The Old Enemy. And it is a comparative study of the combat myth. Now, remember, we're dealing with this not from historical critical work in mythology. We're dealing with it in terms of the psychology of the archetypes. But what this man has done is, in my view, provided you with a wonderful study of the archetype of the sacred combat. Here it is right here. They just happen to have some copies of this. It's also very cheap, isn't it, Sid? I think it's, it doesn't say. They didn't put the price in it for you. Okay, it's on about $67.50. But it's worth it. If you really want to understand the archetypal dynamics behind the human struggle about evil. It's the best thing I've ever seen. And what we will do in just a minute is to go through some of this. But anyway, you've got to get a sense that in the psyche, the warrior aspect of the psyche, when it is functioning correctly, serves the king and the queen. There's your knighthood ideal. Now, what is the nature of the service? It is to defend cosmos, just order, a moral order, against the forces of chaos. That is what it's for. The warrior in the psyche, archetypally, in every culture, is to defend the just order, the moral order, against the forces of chaos. Now, you can see this a lot of ways archetypally, and if you study mandalas, what a mandala is an image of cosmos. And at the center, archetypally, is the two thrones of the conjunctio. Now, in patriarchal cultures, there's one throne. And in matriarchal cultures, there's one throne. In the human psyche, there are two thrones. And in the more primitive mythologies that you study, you see two thrones. In other words, in the deeper structures of the psyche, expressions in myth, you will always see two thrones, not one. You can see it in the ancient Egyptian mythology, and you see it in a lot of the extremely old mythologies. And they have different raps on that, but if you understand this stuff psychodynamically, you can see that this is the throne of the conjunctio, see, the two thrones. But it's always identified with a lot of archetypal imagery. You've got to study your Iliade to understand this. The axis mundi, the center of the world, the sacred tree. Who is the sacred tree? It's either the king or the queen or both, always. The cross of Christ, of course, is the sacred tree at the center of the cosmos. You must find the center of the axis mundi of the cosmos, or there will be chaos. Evil will triumph. Okay, so in the spatial portraits of the world that you see in the ancient world, it is always mandalic. Always. And if you study ancient cities, cities are images of cosmos. Polis is cosmos in microcosm. So if you study Memphis in ancient Egypt, or not Tennessee. That's right. You study. That's right. But if you some of the most interesting studies today are in geography, sacred geography in geography departments, and are studies in architecture and geography departments where they're studying the archetypal images of cities because they're grounded right here on this. For our purposes, we have to see that the thing which impinges and threatens always is chaos from the outside of the cosmos. And you could even envision this as a sphere, and chaos comes from all directions. And it is the king and queen in their incarnation as warlords when they get up and go to defend the world against the forces of chaos. Now, in human history, that gets divided into social roles, and you get the knights who defend the king and the queen. But in fact, they are expressing an aspect of the great general himself or herself. The warlord who carries the fight to chaos. In other words, the king doesn't always sit on the throne. Sometimes they get up and button up with their armor and pick up the sword. Now you can see my favorite image of the queen in her warlord garb is Aliens 2, Sigourney Weaver, my heroine. And if you haven't seen Aliens 2, you got to see Aliens 2 because that is an image. I tell my female theologian friends, if you want to see an image of the God liberator in female form, Sigourney Weaver in Aliens 2. If you hadn't seen it, you got to check that out. I always try to sell VCRs. I get a commission. Now, the combat myth is often portrayed like this. But you need to realize that these are the same images, just presented differently. Remember that the God, King, Queen, always, they are the center. And so wherever they are the center. So when you're representing this spatially, you've got a problem. But you need to recognize that this and this is really describing the same space. But here, our experience in the psyche, our experience of the enemy, if you've seen Sam Keene's book, Faces of the Enemy, we experience the enemy out there. In fact, the less developed we are in terms of psychodynamics, that's where we experience the enemy first. The more developed we are spiritually, and this is true of every human spiritual tradition of any depth, the first place you encounter the enemy is within. And only then do you turn to encountering the enemy without. This is true in the martial arts, in the Oriental martial arts, as well as a lot of our own spiritual traditions. But let me just run through this. Could somebody get me a little water? I'm going to run out of voice if we don't give me some water here. This, again, here is the plane. You can see the plane of struggle. And in this old enemy book, you get a comparative charting of the different expressions that this is taken in human culture. And if you look at that and you don't believe in the archetypes, then I can't help you. Here we've got, I'll just go through these. I hope you can hear me. You've read Beowulf. Beowulf, who is the archetypal Christian king. Grendel the dragon. And they're struggling. In the patriarchal myths, Marduk fighting the great dragon of chaos, Tiamat. Now this is what I consider a patriarchal fantasy. You know, men love to dismember feminine grandiosity. And women love to dismember masculine grandiosity. The hard thing is for men to dismember masculine grandiosity and for women to dismember feminine grandiosity. We'll get more to that in a little bit. But anyway, in patriarchal myths, the masculine hero takes on the giant forces, feminine forces of chaos. So there's an image of evil. In Zoroastrianism, you get Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Light, fighting Ahriman, the Lord of Darkness. In Jewish tradition, there are a lot of really excellent studies coming out now about Yahweh as warrior. In fact, being a good Southerner, I kind of appreciate this. There are some scholars that think that Yahweh is what the Hebrews shouted when they attacked. And that's kind of like a rebel yell. Yahoo! That's serious Bible scholars, honestly. They've begun to think that Yahweh was a battle cry. And it was an invocation of the war god so they would win. And so when Yahweh is attacking the forces of Baal, Baal represents chaos. This is the Dark Lord. In Indonesian mythology, I was privileged to travel extensively in Indonesia recently. Form of Hinduism, the great epic Ramayana. In the Ramayana, it's the great Lord Rama. That's a Hindu Christ figure. And who he is in struggle with is Rahwana. I started to bring my great Rahwana mask. I thought I better wait until I practice with that thing a little bit more so we don't get anybody possessed during any of these conferences. But I mean, it's a great demon face, you know. But Rahwana is the great Lord of evil, the great Lord of chaos. And Rama, the whole Ramayana is the story. And in Indonesia, this myth is alive. If you don't go to the movies so much in Indonesia as you go to the dances in the center of the towns. And all people of all ages come out, and everybody has tried out to be the different parts in this epic, and they present on the stage the Ramayana. And everywhere you look, it's the Ramayana. And they dance this myth. And it's alive for them. And on their ancient temples, this is the myth that's on their temples. You can study Hinduism in America and never even learn about this. Hinduism is this, that, and the other. But in Indonesia, Hinduism is the Ramayana. And of course, in our myth, you get the Christ-Satan conflict. Yes?
You also find in Revelation, Lamb of God, Antichrist.
Exactly. Now, see what I'm trying to get you to see. We're just doing psychology now. This is just archetypal psychology. This is in your wiring, and this is not in your software. See? This is in the main drive. And what you've got to realize is all these real sweet, nice folks, you know, that are going to do away with war, I hate to tell them, but warfare is built in to the hard drive. So in my view, and this is what I think you as Christians need to think about, in my view, the question is not whether we're going to do away with warfare or not. The question is whether we're going to engage in the real war or not. Human beings love to make war, especially men. I agree with the feminists here. While there is a female warrior in the hard drive of a woman, you see it in Sigourney Weaver. While there's a hard drive, while she's in the hard drive, that doesn't get as much electricity in the typical woman most of the time, unless she has to turn those circuits on. Men are wired for that constantly. And if you watch little masculine games, we call them blank contests. Think about that. But anyway, they're little war games. War games are masculine games. And the tragic thing, if in one view, if the psyche in its instinctual form is tragic, and I guess in some ways you might say that, but that's not going to change. In my view, what you've got to do is to understand what the real enemy is. And that's what our job this morning is, psychologically, and you can do your own theology of it. Psychodynamically speaking, I want to get now to what the real enemy is, psychologically. And you can see this in studying human mythology as well as in studying comparative psychoanalytic theory. What is the enemy within? Now, I want to address just briefly Scott Peck's book, People of the Lie. His Road Less Traveled is a fine book. People of the Lie is a dangerous book and a very, very misleading book. Even at the time that Peck understands a lot of important points about this. Where I can say that I want to suggest that you look at Peck's book so you'll know its good points and its bad points. He identifies the psychodynamics of evil as lying in pathological narcissism. I want to suggest to you that, rightly understood, that is correct. Psychologically speaking, the enemy within, that is, what human beings have known as the evil that afflicts the human race wherever it's found, is pathological narcissism. And I'll get into that more in a minute. The danger about Peck is that he assigns a certain very few people with that category of being evil personalities. Obviously, Peck is not very familiar with the psychoanalytic literature. If he were very familiar with the psychoanalytic literature, he would understand that all of the psychopathological syndromes manifest narcissistic pathology. Just because you're not a DSM-3 or DSM-3R narcissistic personality disorder doesn't mean that you're not a pathological narcissist. And see, if he had studied his psychoanalytic theory, he would know that. The other thing, when he describes meeting people in his practice that are so evil he can't work with them or he's paralyzed in their presence, if he had studied enough about countertransference, he would never have written that. He would have talked to his supervisor about it. I'm serious. That's embarrassing to see someone who is so widely touted as the great psychotherapist who doesn't understand more about countertransference than that. Now, I'm not questioning that a lot of the people that he may have experienced as virulently toxic in terms of pathological narcissism may well not have been tremendously sick narcissists. I don't. But any analyst that has a practice that doesn't cater merely to well-heeled neurotics will see very sick narcissists. And any honest psychoanalyst that's done enough analysis will know about the sector in their own personality that is full, eaten up with pathological narcissism. You show me an analyst who is not aware of their own residual, crazy, almost psychotic, borderline sector in their psyche where they're more autistic and incapable of love, they just haven't had enough analysis. Because the best work that's been done on this field shows that no psychoanalyst ever gets to the bottom of that, finally. And the ones that think they have are the ones you don't want to go to. But let me just quickly run through these different theories. We're doing all right. Now let me just give you what I would define as the psychological roots of human evil. I'm just going to bracket all that non-human evil. I'll let the theologians that are interested in all those niceties of the arguments deal with that non-human evil, earthquakes and all that stuff. I'm just going to deal with human evil. The fundamental mechanism of human evil, psychologically speaking, is pathological, infantile grandiosity. Pathological, infantile grandiosity. Now, the interesting thing is that in the different schools of psychoanalytic thought, the different major schools, they all have a feeling for this. Some better and more clearly than others. But that is to say that whatever this is that is behind and fueling compulsive, destructive human acting out in all sorts of ways, and I will get into this in detail in the lecture on discernment, and helping us look for signs of pathological infantile narcissism in ourselves. Because there are ways to dig that stuff up in your own self-scrutiny. But for now, very simply, there is this sort of 2 to 3 year old high-chair tyrant in the psyche. And it's really in there. And the interesting thing, according to psychoanalytic theory, it's in everybody. And it is within, and it has certain recognizable forms it expresses itself in. Now let's go back to classical psychoanalytic theory. Now, just very briefly, notice the characteristics of the two major structures that the human ego has to struggle with in Sigmund Freud's early classical psychoanalysis. Here you've got the little human ego embattled on two sides. On the one side, the superego, or we'd call it the conscience. Some would call it the bad moral conscience. On the other side, the id, or the it, the instinctual, the primitive, primary process instinctual drives. What do they have in common? Well, they make totalistic claims. They make perfectionistic claims. They make grandiose claims on the ego. What are the grandiose claims of the id? It's very simple. According to Freud, the id in you wants to eat everything it can see, including you, and it wants to screw everything, male or female, animal, vegetable, or mineral. And if you study, as I have, the sexual so-called perversions, you will find that human beings, see, contrary to what we nice folks like to look at, human beings manage to, following the drives of the id, to engage in sexual behaviors with everything. And that is the id acting out. It wants to have sex with everything. It's the thing that fuels that so many men, so little time, so many women, so little time of the promiscuous personality. Now, and it's also behind those of us that ought to be in Overeaters Anonymous. We just want to eat everything, you know. I see a table of these good victuals around here, and I just want to pig out, see. And it doesn't matter that I don't need it. I want to eat some more. It's so good. Those ribs we had the other night. I won't even talk about wild turkey. Now, the superego. How is it grandiose? Well, it makes grandiose claims on you to be perfect. The superego is even brilliant enough to make grandiose claims about your being perfect in your sexuality. And there are a lot of folks, they've read The Joy of Sex and the Joy of Sex Revisited and The Joy of Sex 3 and The Joy of Sex 4. And every time they make love, they think, boy, I tell you, what was about a 4 on it? And they never can get into the garden because, if you're in the garden, you don't count. Think about that one. Got to think about that. But the superego is never satisfied with you. And one of the things you need to know if you're one of these ambitious professional types, that you're going to write a lot of books or make a lot of money or get real successful in your profession, get a big church or whatever it is. What you're going to discover is that no matter how many books you write, no matter how much money you make, no matter how many homes you own, no matter how many branches of your business you've got, there's going to be a part in your psyche that's going to say, yeah, you're not much. You're really a failure. Why don't you take a cocaine overdose? A lot of people. In fact, the more creative you are, the more that voice speaks. And the more successful you are creatively, the more danger you have from that voice. Because the more successful you are, you begin to realize, my God, I'm not ever going to be able to quiet this voice. That's why so many entertainers commit suicide. That's why so many successful professionals become drug addicts and alcoholics. Okay, so the grandiose self is expressed in the forms of the superego and the id in classical Freudian theory. Now look at Adler. Now a lot of people don't know about Adler, and you say Adler, a lot of people say power complex. Well, that's right, but it's so shallow it doesn't tell you anything about Adlerian theory. The genius of Adlerian theory is their intuition that behind every inferiority, they coined the inferiority complex. Everybody knows that word, but very few people know superiority complex. And if you don't know the concept of the superiority complex, you don't understand the inferiority complex, because in Adlerian psychoanalysis, if you have an inferiority complex, you do have in the unconscious a superiority complex. And all Adlerian psychotherapy is the therapist will work with you trying to find the way in which you are acting as if you're entitled to a above human place in life. That's all Adlerian therapy is. They're going to try to help you rejoin the human race. Get down off of your high chair. See? And so what is known today in avant-garde circles as the grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization, Adler discovered years ago. They always come up with Adler's ideas and think they invented them. But the superiority complex is that great presuming self within which always beats you down and always depreciates you and other people and is never satisfied with you or other people. See? So there's the infantile grandiosity in Adlerian theory. If I had more time, I'd go into it more. But let's go on to the object relations theorist. There's a lot of work in this field, but they have what is known as the concept of the antilibidinal ego. This is a part of your psyche which you have within, which wants you dead. It does not want you in relationships that are satisfying. In fact, it will try to get you into relationships which you intuit will fail. Thus explaining a lot about the tendency of human beings to do the same mistake again and again and again with different people. But anyway, the important thing to realize is that here in this object relations theory, which is a very influential school of thought now, that there is a thing in the psyche that is not the I, but is a discernible structure which wants the individual dead. And if you're a practicing therapist, you see this thing acting in people all the time, because you will notice that about the time they start making a lot of progress, they will do something to set themselves back. And when they get involved, it may be a person that's managed to always choose the wrong person to have a relationship with, abusive men or women. And then they will find this absolutely wonderful, praise be to God, individual that doesn't abuse them. But it's so fascinating. Once you find somebody that won't abuse you, you become bored with them and start doing things to sabotage the relationship. Fascinating to watch. And in working with individuals, you're constantly having to alert them. Now, which part of you is running this? What is this part of you that doesn't want you to be married behind this? That wants you to sit in your room alone and drink? And so there's a whole literature on the antilibidinal ego, and there's a whole literature on a different wing of that talking about toxic introdects. That is, the parts of us which modern psychoanalysis recognizes as inner entities, real inner entities that are out to kill us. And now remember, this is not Jungian thought. This is other schools of psychoanalysis which recognize these compulsive, destructive forces within the psyche that are out to destroy the human life of the person. Usually they are perfectionistic. Usually they are rageful and full of hatred and envy. And we'll get more into the marks of that stuff tomorrow. But these parts of the psyche usually are full of rage, and they are inconsolable. In other words, nothing anybody could ever do would ever satisfy them. We don't have enough time to get into Melanie Klein, but she is another person. She's a Freudian, but she's been accused of being a Jungian because she believes that there are, in fact, these innate drives in the psyche which fuel hate and envy. And if the person cannot learn to cope and counteract these inner enemies, these parts of the psyche that want to destroy the beloved and want to destroy the good life, then they will die, probably by suicide, maybe by other forms of depression or compulsive behavior. Now, the school of thought that I want to recommend, the non-Jungian school that's most interesting and most easily related to Jung, is the school of Kohut's self-psychology. Heinz, H-E-I-N-Z, Kohut, K-O-H-U-T. His self-psychology. In self-psychology, they make a very clear statement. It's very interesting. Pathological behavior is the result of an individual's not being able to cope with the power of the grandiose self-organization within. Now think about this now. Get this now. I want you to try to get you ready for the understanding of what the archetypal self is in Jungian thought. Yes. Yes. But what I want you to get about this is that we're not talking theology here. We're not talking some sort of abstraction. We're talking about clinical phenomena that atheists see when they look at pathological personalities. They see, these Kohutian self-psychologists notice the way in which this thing inside, an inner psychological structure, discernible by anybody that has an eye to see, called the grandiose self-organization, or variously called the grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization, that if the personality, if the human self is not able to relate to that thing adequately, they will be mentally ill. And we're going to get into the marks of that shortly. But one of the things it does is the grandiosity takes the personality over in some way. That is, the infantile grandiosity destroys the human being. And the great struggle of the human personality, according to that school, is to learn to function in spite of the reality of this potential enemy within. Now, in terms of Jungian thought, it's very interesting. This grandiose self-organization is not necessarily an enemy. It's only an enemy if you don't relate to it correctly, which gets us to Jung. See, if you study this stuff, then you understand why human beings have so much trouble. Now, if you're one of these nice Pollyannish humanistic psychologists that think that there's nothing bad in there, everything in there is friendly. But I want you to know that the greatest of the depth psychologists and the psychoanalytic theorists, not just Jungians, know that everything in there is not friendly. There are some things in there, if you don't learn how to deal with it, will kill you. And we'll do it fast as possible. And so if you're trying to figure out why you get into so much mischief, you got help. And in terms of our work here, what I would want to argue is that you got to understand that it's not all your ego's fault. That is to say, it's your ego's responsibility. Nobody else is going to handle it for you. But there are forces in the psyche that are not your ego that would like to see you dead. Okay. Now, classical Jungian theory. Now, I want to make clear, I'm not one of these so-called archetypal psychologists. I'm interested in a psychology of the archetypes. That's different. Archetypal psychology, that's kind of a large claim. I wouldn't want to be the author of an archetypal psychology. That's a high claim, and that means the prototypical psychology. I'm just doing a simple sort of journeyman, plain old, down-home, ordinary psychology of archetypes. Now, orthodox, quote-unquote, Jungian theory, plain old centrist theory, says there's an archetypal self. Now, this archetypal self is a psychological entity. It is real. It is not a theological construct. It parallels, in these theories, the grandiose self-organization that the Freudians have now finally discovered and think they invented. See? In other words, it glows with what Jung called what? Numinosity. Thank you. People have studied this stuff. This thing is numinous. It glows with power. And this is power that is greater than human power. It is the stuff of Rudolf Otto's Mysterium Tremendum, Mysterium Fascinans. And Jung, throughout his entire work, makes it very clear the ego must differentiate from that. The best book that you can read on this whole process is Edinger's book called Ego and Archetype. And in that book, he shows how through the human life cycle, the ego, the I of the person, begins merged with that, but gradually differentiates from it, and in the healthy, mature personality, has what Edinger calls, and I like this formulation, an ego-self-axis, or connection. Notice that the ego is not identified with the archetypal self, but is connected with it. What happens if the ego in an adult is not appropriately differentiated from the archetypal self? Well, infantile grandiosity in spades. Jungians just use the word inflation. I like that. I think of a basketball, you know. You with your little air hose and your deflated basketball, and so you plug it in and you watch the basketball, you know, fill out. Well, the archetypal self is full of energy, and it will fill up the little basketball of your ego. But you got to know when to take the thing off. Right? You've seen these pictures in cartoons of the people that can't get off of the air hose and they start to float. Well, that's the metaphor here in Jungian thought. That is, there is energy coming off of that archetypal self, and you need it. You got to have it. If you don't have it, you will not be inflated. You will be deflated, or what? Depressed. Right. So hubris, the hubris of the Greeks, the pride of the Christian tradition, read Reinhold Niebuhr's Nature and Destiny of Man, occurs when the ego in some way or the other begins to be contaminated by archetypal energies and not just fulfilled or made whole by these archetypal energies. Now, I want to bring in here a concept that Jung used that you almost never hear, and I think it's important for us to get. Because we've got to distinguish between the personal shadow and what I want to talk about as the archetypal shadow. And this is murky area. Now, everything we do from now on in this is going to be murky because Jungian thought is still emerging, and there's not any definitive textbook that we can turn to clarify all these things and have the last word on it. So this is going to get murky, but I want to show you some of the issues that are coming up now. But one of the central ones is this distinction between the personal shadow and the archetypal shadow. Now, a lot of people used to think the personal shadow was evil. Well, it's not evil. Most theorists now don't even talk about it that way. It may be experienced by the ego as evil because the ego is one-sided and incomplete. And so the ego may shun something in the shadow. But let me tell you something that probably is in some of your shadows here that is not at all evil. Like a lot of the people I work with, for example, their sense of their own beauty. With a great number of people, their sense of their own beauty is in their shadow. And if they receive a compliment, they cannot deal with it at all. They have to completely deflect it. That's because they were taught in their families that you shouldn't be too big for your britches, and you don't want to get uppity, and so forth and so on. But that is in the personal shadow. It's not evil. And if the person is ever going to have self-esteem, they're going to have to integrate that part of their shadow. They're going to have to learn that it is okay to feel good about yourself. And it's okay if somebody says, boy, like I said to Jim the other day, man, that's a fantastic beard. A person ought to be able to say, yeah, it is. Wonderful. See? Now, but in our mistaken problems, this is where some of the Christian tradition has got problems on this. If Jim were to say, yeah, it's a wonderful beard, isn't it? They'd say, oh, that man's full of pride. See? But that's not true. See, this is one of the problems that the Christian tradition has had. That is to say, if you shine and enjoy it, there's supposed to be something wrong with that. And that's why a lot of people would rather identify with Satan. See? Because if I have to be bad to be exhibitionistic, I'll just be bad. See? That's the way a lot of people feel. See? We'll get into that more later. But anyway, so the personal shadow is just what is disowned. It is not evil at all. It is something that is appropriate for the human being to integrate, and in fact there is a moral imperative in Jungian psychology to integrate the shadow, the personal shadow. But what a lot of people do not realize is that Jung spoke of spirit complexes. And he made it very clear that spirit complexes exist in the psyche, which carry an enormous load of numinosity and cannot, indeed must not, attempt to be integrated into the ego. If you try to integrate them into the ego will be destroyed. Possessed, you might say. At least possessed. And very often destroyed in sort of a terminal psychosis. Now, you see this kind of thing very, very in a widespread manner. You used to see it more before antipsychotic medication. I'm serious. I mean, we've got medications now that if somebody comes in, if Christ comes into your consulting room, you better hurry up if you're going to see him and talk to him because by the time the psychiatrist gets to him and gives him some of this antipsychotic meds, Christ will disappear. And all you will have is a very, very sort of zombie-like, nice, manageable mental patient. Like one of my students recently went to a retreat at a monastery and with a group of people and had a wonderful time, got in touch with the archetypal self, and after a wonderful prayer and meditation announced to the other people in the group, I'm really glad I'm here with you. I am the second coming of Christ, and I can help the redemption of your soul, and all you have to do is come to me for spiritual conversation. And that lasted a few days till they got the antipsychotic meds, see. But that is something that used to happen a lot. If you used to work like I did in southern mental hospitals before there were these antipsychotic meds, you met a lot of Christs and St. Francis's, all sorts of folks, you know, and you can see it with your own eyes. You could see the spirit complex invading a human ego, totally possessing it, and in some cases irreversibly. Now, you see the same type of thing in individuals who think they are possessed by Satan. And there are more and more people today who are into that fantasy. You see, I do a lot of work now trying to help people understand the psychology of Satanism as a movement. It's a burgeoning movement in the country today. Right in River City, there are probably Satanists in your town. There are various branches of Satanists, some more benign than others. Some of them are just sort of into assertiveness training because they've decided, you know, that the only way I can really be assertive, I can't be a Christian if I'm going to be assertive. I can't be sexual if I'm going to be a Christian, so I'm going to be a Satanist. Satan's on the side of sex. Well, you can see why they have pretty good evangelism effort. I mean, a lot better than some of our churches. I mean, but there are forms of Satanism which are extremely dangerous because what they're doing is they're getting in touch with the spirit complex that is the opposite of this Christ complex. And it too is a spirit complex, and it too cannot be integrated. And what happens is you get a possession of the human, and they start acting this thing out. They're into what Jungians often call a negative inflation, and they do things that are very interesting. They're very interesting. They're very horrible. But the interesting thing is they tend to do the same types of things. They tend to do a lot of animal sacrifice around the country, and there's increasing evidence that in a widespread basis they are doing human sacrifice. And one of the most disturbing aspects is that one of the more widely accepted practices that is occurring is ritual child sexual abuse. I recently was in a conference in which the medical doctor who was working on this showed slides of the bodies of children who had been used repeatedly in satanic rituals in the Midwest, and it was enough to make your blood curdle. But not for a minute would I, as a Jungian analyst, think that that's a human ego doing that to those children. You know, a healthy human ego. That's not a healthy human ego doing a religious practice. That is a human ego that is possessed by one of these spirit complexes that, in terms of the history of a lot of this type of thing, one of the things that the identification with archetypal evil will lead to is total domination, power dynamics, and sexual behavior. I mean, that's one, you know, the total dominance and power moves in sexuality is always associated with that particular form of the archetypal shadow. So, in other words, there are these spirit complexes that are in the psyche that are not the ego, that are both images of light and wondrous spiritual, elevation, and images of great, dark, sadistic evil. They are structures in the psyche, and they cannot be integrated by the ego, neither the good ones nor the bad ones. And so what one does is to try to support the ego in its disidentification with all of these complexes, and the attempt of the ego to use these archetypal aspects of the objective psyche to gain fuel and guidance and fullness in living, but not get caught in pathological infantile grandiosity in any of its forms. You follow that so far? I'm much more interested in having people connect with their healthy exhibitionism, to their healthy enthusiasm. Christians talk about joy. We talk about it more than we experience it. But that's what that's about. Joy is an experience of healthy exhibitionism, and knowing that the true God loves it. The image of the true God in Jesus is the dancer. In fact, if you look at the archetypal king throughout world mythology, what does the king do? In order, he dances the world into existence. In fact, if you see that movie, Richard Gere, of all things, as King David, I thought that was wild. But one of the true things was those dance scenes. If you study the history of kingship, you know that they dance the world into existence. They don't force it into existence. They don't coerce it into existence. They dance it into existence. Shiva, in the images of the great king Shiva, he's seen as dancing the world. And that is the human birthright. See, and Christians at their deepest level understand that, but they've never actualized it very well. They got, Jesus got too much flack about that, and they decided that was dangerous business. The issue that you've got to deal with is the question of Jung's assertion, which I totally agree with, that there are many things in the psyche, including the archetypal self, which you do not integrate. You do not integrate the archetypal self. You try to integrate the archetypal self, and you will be crazy. And to the extent that you are crazy, it is to the extent that you're already doing it and don't know it. See? In other words, if you tend to be an abusive male or female and tend to lord it over others, you are, whether you know it or not, you're acting out the God King or the God Queen. And see, human beings are supposed to be in touch. The ego is supposed to be in touch with the God King and Queen, not acting it out. See? If you're in touch with the energies of the God King and God Queen, then you will be centered. I'll go into all the things tomorrow I'll go into all the things that happen when you're in touch with that deep center of the psyche, because they're directly related to Christian virtues in terms of the past understanding of Christian virtues. But you must not get into some unconscious possession, because when you do, you become the narcissistic personality disorder. The narcissistic personality disorder is someone who is possessed by this sacral kingship within. And lording it over other people is a good way to say it. They think they are the Lord. Yes.
This may be going beyond what you'd like to discuss, but are you open to the possibility that the archetypal shadow, though it's inappropriate for an individual ego to encounter, may be the problem of the collective race, and that it might be that its redemption will occur over a period of time by its encounter with any number of egos?
Well, that's very complicated. I'm one of the group of people that believes that there is a growing human consciousness, and that human consciousness, as it grows on the planet, is not tribal. That is, tribalism in thought processes is lessened more and more and more. It's not so totally engendered, simply in one gender or the other. It's not racial. So there is a sense in which the more human consciousness matures, that the human beings have less trouble with possession by the archetypal self. See, so I would agree with that part of it. But it's a lot more complicated than that, because there are these. You've got the combat myth that's in the deep unconscious that the ego can resolve in its own way for itself, but it can't resolve for the objective psyche. See? I mean, it may be, I don't know what to think about all this, it may be that you human beings are going to solve God's problems, but I wouldn't recommend for your ego to try to resolve in your own little life the conflicts of the objective psyche. To me, I've seen too many people trying to do that. And they're almost all addicts, of one kind or the other. We'll get into that a lot more tomorrow. But anyway, this whole issue now, you see, I want to reiterate now, the psychodynamics of evil, I will argue adamantly, because there is mythological support for this, there is comparative psychoanalytic support for it from diverse schools that don't agree on much anything else, that the mechanism of human destructiveness is pathological infantile grandiosity. The little Lord Fauntleroy on his high chair tyrant, his high chair throne, that is the fuel, or the female version of that. Now, the question that you rightfully raise, and you need to think about during this conference, because you will have to come down somewhere eventually on this, the question is, how do you explain that in terms of Jungian psychology of the self and the ego? Well, you've seen one version of that, the necessity for the ego-self axis. That is, you must not identify with the archetypal self in any of its forms. Because if you identify with it, you will be overloaded. Your circuit breakers are going to go. And as we will see tomorrow, you're going to start having compulsive behaviors. Compulsive behaviors of any kind are a sign your circuits are overloaded. And your defenses are not working anymore. And so you're getting into acting out something that you are not. But in Jungian psychology, there are different approaches to this, and the different ways you would locate or talk about evil. Now, it seems to me the simplest way to talk about the psychology of evil in Jungian terms is just to be very clear that whatever else you say, it is inflation. And whatever else you say, it is when the human ego attempts to take into itself energies which are not human. They are too numinous for the human. Now, remember what I said. I want you to take in all the numinosity that is appropriate to your humanness. I want you to glow. I'd like for you to shine. See? I want you to be creative. I want you to be enthusiastic. I want you to be filled up with yourself. I don't want you to be bored with yourself for life. So there's some numinosity that is appropriately human. That's the imago Dei, I think. But evil will occur, clinically speaking, not in terms of some meta theory, but clinically speaking, when you start trying to absorb into your ego energies that are not absorbable into your ego. And so that's inflation. But now let's get into this thing. Well, now, what causes this evil that you see in the psyche, this destructiveness? Is this the fault of the self? Now, Jungians are all over the place on this. And let me just show you some of the options, and you probably can think of other options this is not an exhaustive list, but these are some of the options. You can say that with Jung, that the archetypal self includes archetypal evil. That you've got Christ. You look at those charts he gives you in the volume Ion. A-I-O-N. Archetypal self, you've got Christ and Satan as structures of the self. And so you can say, well, both good and evil are in the self, and then some theorists, Jung, as John has pointed out, Jung kind of identifies that the Godhead itself contains good and evil, as sort of a parallel to the archetypal self. Sometimes they equate the self and God. Some Jungians talk as if the archetypal self and God are pretty much the same thing. You might say that sometimes that they might argue that human evil then may be, some of it at least, done at the initiative of the archetypal self. And some of them even say even done at the initiative of God. Now, then you get a position something like Jack Sanford's, where there is sometimes a kind of a tendency to equate the self and God, but he doesn't really finally land there. The archetypal self is an expression sometimes of God in the psyche, but Jack Sanford sees a gnostic independence of God, and the self and God are good for Jack Sanford. See? He doesn't want to go along with the more traditional Jungian readings. And he says, while the self can be seen often, you can read this in Evil, the Shadow Side of Reality, he'll say that while it will appear to the ego that the self is the author of evil, that what is happening is something that the ego doesn't want to integrate, that should be integrated, the self is pushing through experiences for that person to integrate. And it will be experienced as evil. So you may experience your exhibitionism as an evil thing, and you may think it's awful, but the self may try to get you to bring it out. And so it's not to Jack the source of real evil. The self doesn't really author real evil, although Jack believes that there is real, radical evil that is in the psyche that is not the ego. And then sometimes he will follow Kunkel and say that Kunkel believed that the ego was Satan. That is, that ego, the egocentric ego, is the cause of evil. And Jack is impressed with that idea of the egocentrism of the ego. The question you got to raise, and we got to talk about this in our discussions, well, now, is that all the ego's doing? In other words, is an egocentric ego egocentric because it chooses to be, or has it been possessed? See? I mean, how much choice is there? Now, that's an arguable issue psychoanalytically, and we'll talk about that in our discussion. And then there are persons that think that the archetypal self is not God. It's clearly not God. It is more the imago Dei, the imago of God within. And see, there are even Freudians who are atheists and empirically, scientifically see a God image within. They don't believe in God, but they see this God imago within. And there are some Jungians that say, well, that would be the imago Dei. Then the question comes up, well, but is the self the image of good alone, or does the self contain with it not just, is the self, in other words, merely the archetype of order, or does it contain with it also the archetype of disorder within the self? See, that's a theoretical question. Is archetypal disorder what you might call the Shiva principle? Is the Shiva principle a part of the archetypal self? Or is it simply another structure in the psyche? Now, that is a technical argument, and you don't, there's nobody that's going to be able to tell you which one is right on that. And so there are a number of ways you can look at this, and you can see that there's a tendency, for example, with Jack Sanford's point of view, you can see that egocentrism in the ego. There's your grandiosity. The egocentric ego is inflated and grandiose. I want us to remember, though, what Jung had to say about dealing with evil. He said, see, the thing he got into it with Christians about is an interesting thing. He viewed himself as standing up for the reality and agency of evil. Evil is not passive for Jung. He believed that the privatio boni doctrine in Christianity made evil sound too impotent and too passive. And Jung believed that evil was powerful and aggressive, always, and that every person was subject to it. And his point was that there were two resources. He says that Jung says the human ego standing alone cannot defend itself against evil. Get that? The human ego standing alone cannot defend itself against evil. it has only two ways to deal with it. It can turn to a trans-ego source of goodness for assistance, and it can turn to human community for assistance. Without community, without human community, and a trans-egoic source of goodness and order, the ego will be overwhelmed by evil. Thank you. Tonight, we will be doing some thinking about discerning, particularly in this area of understanding evil in the context of pathological narcissism. As you remember from my first presentation, I said that one of the contributions of Scott Peck has been to talk about the way in which pathological narcissism is related to what we know in theological reflections as evil. I also said to you that I think it's important for us to be very clear that the way in which he has divided this, the spectrum of personality issues and problems is problematic, in which he has all of the personality disorders, et cetera, and difficulties, neurotic, and so forth. And then in one group of people who are very ill, he has decided to call those people evil, the ones that have extremely severe narcissistic pathology. I said to you that I think that is really misleading, and it misses the way in which all of us have, to some degree, some difficulties in terms of pathological narcissism. I do a lot of teaching on this type of area in my teaching at Chicago Theological Seminary. One course that I've been teaching a long time is a course called Psychopathology and Theological Perspective. I always use Scott Peck's People of the Lie as a bad example of how to do this. And what I suggest, and here again we've got 30 or more hours of material, which we're going to go over very fast. What I do is to take the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association, and I have my students take a syndrome and do a theological analysis of that syndrome, looking for the particular way in which they might understand each syndrome to reflect what we might call in some way the demonic or evil or pathological narcissism in some form. It's very clear that when you understand the way in which narcissistic wounding is an important part in the difficulties of human beings, and that you get to the point that you can see how everything from obsessive compulsive or compulsive personality disorders to histrionic personality disorders right across the board, you can, if you understand enough about narcissistic pathology, you can see the way in which that syndrome also reflects this wounding and this difficulty, or we might say it manifests evil in this way. So in other words, rather than making a handful of very troubled people carry the brunt of being evil, it's kind of more like what we might say about sin. You don't ask, are you a sinner? You ask, how am I a sinner? And you try to get some sense about how your life has been compromised in some way by the forces of evil or the demonic. In the context of this lecture tonight, I just wanted to start out by saying that I was particularly appreciative of the way in which John Doerly characterized spirituality, the nature of spirituality, and particularly his emphasis on the importance of spirituality in accessing the forces of life. accessing the energies of life, so that life might be lived with joy and be lived with fullness. Because that is precisely the kind of area we get into when we examine what narcissistic pathology is really like. And what I'd like to do tonight is to talk with you about pathological narcissism, give you some of the understanding of how wounding in one's narcissism happens, some of the marks of that, some of the current theories about how that is treated, and I'd like to relate it then to some of the things that I think that Jungian psychology offers us in terms of understanding the varieties of expression that this kind of wounding can take. And so when we speak of discerning the way in which pathological narcissism or the expression of evil in psychological forms affects us, we will take a look at the different ways which it can be understood to afflict us, and the way in which Jungian psychology helps us understand that. Let me start out by having us reflect a little bit on the mythology of Satan. To get us, we're doing a psychological reflection on evil now. And I recommended that you look at those books by Jeffrey Burton Russell on the history of Satan, and they have a number here in the bookstore. One of the interesting things that becomes clear from Jeffrey Burton Russell's research is that the way in which Satan is talked about in mythology and in history makes him sound like someone that we would talk about today as a person with a severe narcissistic personality disorder. Some of the things that are emphasized about Satan in some of the legends are that Satan is very envious of the place that God holds, and that he feels that his beauty is not being seen and appreciated. And one of the stories has him waiting until God leaves the room and going up and sitting down on God's throne and having his particular group of angels. This is before they leave, have this particular group of angels come around and see how he looks sitting on the throne. And he says something to the effect of, I think my beauty is even more outstanding than that of God. And they all agree. And one of the stories that Jeffrey Burton Russell tells is the chagrin and shame when God walks back in the room and confronts him about this. It's very interesting that this idea of Satan as being someone who wants to be seen and wants to be celebrated and wants to be noticed and wants to be seen as beautiful is a theme which is repeated throughout a lot of mythology about Satan. And one of the reasons why people think that Satan represents a good that needs to be integrated is that Satan in some ways seems to represent our exhibitionistic self, the part that wants to have a little glory. You've heard of sola deo gloria, to God alone be the glory. Well, the picture of Satan is that he can say, well, why not a little bit for me? Why not a little glory for me? And when we get into to look at narcissistic development in a moment, you will see why this image of Satan as somebody who is longing to be seen, longing to be noticed, longing to have just a little bit of that glory, or what you and I, glory is a word that somehow parallels what we might call numinosity. When we speak of archetypal energies, when we speak of numinosity, that special magical energy that the contact with the archetypal self gives us, it gives you a little sense of glory. You shine a little bit like gold or like diamonds. And so as we look at narcissistic development, we will see that it's a very normal thing for a person to need to develop a capacity to accept being seen, to accept being celebrated, to accept their own drive toward exhibitionism. And when we get into difficulties in our development on the what is known as the narcissistic line of development, we get to where we have problems about this. We might say we have Satan's problem about this. And so what I'd like to start with tonight is talking to you a little bit about some of the current understanding of narcissistic development, what we mean by that in psychoanalysis today, and how that differs from what it used to be thought about, and then talk a little bit about the current understanding of what is needed to heal difficulties with narcissistic development, so that we can get some sense about the geography that we're operating in here in the psyche. So let me start a little bit about what we know today about narcissistic development. You know, in the history of the church, the idea that you might be narcissistic was considered sort of like egocentrism, and was to be a bad thing. That is to say, this is where we got our idea that being selfless was good, and the idea that you really should be humble, by which you would mean you would not want to put yourself forward. You would not want to toot your own horn, so to speak. You would not want to show yourself as being too enthusiastic about yourself. That would not be humble, you see. In current theory, however, and the feminists have picked up on this quite a lot, in current theory, narcissism is not seen to be a negative thing in itself at all. That is to say, they have developed an idea that there is such a thing as healthy narcissism. In other words, we need to make a distinction between healthy narcissism and pathological narcissism. Now, healthy narcissism is something that takes a lot of work to develop in the psyche. The school of thought that I want to recommend to you to look at is the school of Heinz Kohut. I've mentioned it to you before, H-E-I-N-Z, Kohut. And the name of this school of thought is self-psychology. In Kohut's work, it is emphasized that the child comes into the world with a grandiosity which is normal and natural. And this grandiosity is a healthy grandiosity for the infant. And what it needs is to be seen by the parents. It needs to be welcomed by the parents. We Jungians would talk about this somewhere in the neighborhood of the archetype of the divine child. That is to say, that when the child comes into the world, what it needs is to be seen and admired and adored, and the technical word is mirrored. That the child needs to be mirrored. It needs to be seen, and all eyes need to be on it. There needs to be no rejection of its little claim to being a wonderful little God. And the task of the adults in its environment are to provide that adoration. You can think it's almost like a creche scene. You know, everybody gathers around. What you're supposed to do is you bring the sheep in, the goats and the camels, and everybody adores the child. And this is normal. See, this is supposed to happen according to Kohut. And as the child develops, it is very important for the parents to provide this kind of excited, enthusiastic, blessing eye, so that when the child is feeling wonderful, the child will be met by an attuned response which will say, yeah, you are pretty wonderful, aren't you? It's like one little boy that was a neighbor of mine one time. He was in visiting. He and his dad were in visiting with me. And he came in and he said, Dad, and he interrupted his dad. He said, Dad, I really feel good today. He said, yeah, he said. I feel so good that I think that I can have a BM so big that it will go down the Mississippi River and it will knock down all the bridges all the way to the ocean. And my friend said, wow. Which was what the Kohutians would say, that was a very attuned response. See? Instead of saying, get out of here. You know, he said, wow, you must really feel great today. Yeah, Dad. See? Now, what happens is that optimally, you know, I mean, that's supposed to happen optimally. The parent is supposed to be attuned and in touch and notice this and give the gleam in the eye to that divine child and that little child. And according to the Kohutian theory, if the parents do that, then the child will be able to accept this wonderfulness, and when he falls down or stubs his toe or something doesn't work quite right and he is upset, the parent, because the parent is attuned, will pick them up, restore the sense of self, and gradually the child will integrate that wonderfulness, that godlike wonderfulness, into a sense of self-esteem, a nice, normal sense of self-esteem, that if the parent works with the child as they come down from this great throne of godness, and the parent doesn't let the child be unduly traumatized in the encounter with life, that gradually that God claim will gradually be, here's the technical word, transmuted and internalized. And what that simply means is that gradually that child will increase in self-esteem, increasingly have a sense of self in the face of the challenges of life experiences. And whenever disappointments come, the sense of self will be so strong that the child and later adult will not get depressed too easily, not become enraged too easily, but will be able to handle the difficulties of life without losing a sense of self. And that it's a gradual process. They talk about, here's another technical word, and you parents, you've done this millions of times, but they talk about microstructuralization. And by that means that every time he stubs his toe, you comfort. And every time they says, look how wonderful I am, they're seen, and you hope that they're seen well enough. And that there's enough parental enthusiasm and enough parental celebration, I call it parental blessing, so that child gradually comes down off of the God claim into the human realm with a healthy sense of self-esteem. Now, that's the way it's supposed to happen. See? But the problem is that a lot of the time, the person or persons who are supposed to be there paying attention are what? Distracted, busy, tired, discouraged, preoccupied, drunk, whatever. Now, Kohut says, a child doesn't have to have this perfect mirroring, this good mirroring. if there's somebody in the environment that the child can idealize with and snuggle up to, that the child can see as wonderful. So in other words, if you can either see the child as wonderful or you can be adequate enough for the child to see you as wonderful, and let the child come up and be close to you and share in your wonderfulness. So Kohut says the child can get enough sense of being good either by being mirrored adequately or by you being capable of being admired. Well, you know, Dad may be capable of being admired, but he may not be there. See, he may be gone. Or Dad may be abusive. If Dad is abusive, it ruins the child's ability to admire Dad. So in other words, there are things that happen in the life of early childhood that keep this healthy sense of wonderfulness from developing and gradually coming down to human size. Now, what happens if the child either is not mirrored enough, that is, if the child does not get enough attuned, careful attention and celebration, or there isn't somebody in the environment for the child to admire and snuggle up to? Does this mean that this grandiosity that the child comes into the world with goes away? Not according to Kohut. According to Kohut and the self-psychologists, the grandiosity remains present, but get this, in its primitive forms. You get that? Now stay with that a minute, and I want you to think about it because it's important for understanding this stuff. The child has this normal God claim. I'm just a little wonderful package of joy. See? And it's natural, normal, healthy. Needs to be met with this welcoming crash, you know. If it is, that stuff transforms gradually and the child comes down off the throne to join the human race with healthy self-esteem. If it doesn't happen, and there's no one to idealize and merge with adequately, then the infantile grandiosity does not go away. It stays primitive. What happens to it then? Well, various things can happen to it, which is what we want to talk about tonight. What happens to it is that it remains the grandiose self-organization in the psyche, or sometimes called the grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization. It remains an entity in the psyche. It is not transformed. It remains loaded with numinous energy, powerful energy, powerful claims. With some persons who we call technically narcissistic personality disorders, this numinous, powerful, grandiose self-organization takes over the conscious ego most of the time. This is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual's category called the narcissistic personality disorder. This is a person that acts as if they think either they're God's gift to the world or they're God giving a gift to the world. It is a person who believes that you exist to serve his or her whims. It is a person who makes all sorts of claims on others without feeling any need to reciprocate. It is a person with a compulsive need to be adored uncritically. Uncritically. Now, this is the case, now stay with me on this. This is the case when that grandiose self-organization has not been transformed, it has remained primitive, and in this person it stays in control of the ego of the person. But that's only one way that this works. It also works another way. it can remain intensely present, but because of the parental environments not being welcoming to it, it is split off from consciousness. In other words, just because you don't think you're God's gift to the world consciously, it does not mean you do not have this grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization rattling around in there in your psyche. What other forms can it take? Well, one form that it takes is chronic depression in a person. That is to say, the person is not aware at all of having any sense of godlike claims or feeling godlike. What you do notice, however, is that the individual feels himself or herself to be the object of perfectionistic attacks in their own thoughts. You see? Whatever they do, they may say, this is not good enough. I shouldn't be here. I am unworthy. Every time they have a creative project to do, they may start it and tear it up. Why? Not because the ego really feels this, but because behind the ego's consciousness, the grandiose self-organization in this primitive godlike way is attacking every effort of the human ego. And there are many, many other forms that this takes. In other words, the important thing to get is that when the child has not been helped to come down from the high chair, this organization remains, according to the self-psychologist, we'll get to the Jungian view of this in a little bit, but this organization remains intact. It either possesses the ego, in which case you have the narcissistic personality disorder, or it remains out of the ego's consciousness and influences the personality and life experience of the person from, so to speak, behind the scenes. And what I would like us to think together a little bit about is some of the ways in which this manifests, especially the one that's behind the scenes. How does this manifest? Well, it manifests in a number of ways. I have mentioned depression, chronic depression. Another way it manifests itself is in chronic, powerful, compulsive envy of other people. In other words, if you find yourself having a lot of struggles with the problem of envying other people, this is one expression of this grandiose self-organization within the psyche not being accessible to your conscious mind, but creating in you envy attacks on other people. What in effect we're doing is we project the great self out there on others and envy it as if we don't have connection with it. In other words, if we don't have connection with our own grandiosity, we do not have self-esteem. If we don't have connection with our own grandiosity, we feel like we are nothing, and that makes everyone else around us look as if they have the good and we do not. We can't get to it. There is another important group of behaviors that we normally do not associate with this pathological narcissism, but which also manifests the presence near the ego of this grandiose self-organization. And that is the behaviors that we know as compulsive behaviors. In other words, according to the point of view of self-psychology, all addictive behaviors are an expression of the energy the grandiose energies coming off of this grandiose self-organization and the individual ego or self-structure of the individual not being able to integrate this. The compulsive behaviors are, in effect, the psyche's struggle. You might even say, or I might even say, attempts to ritualize, attempts to come up with rituals to contain this enormous God energy in the psyche, to try to keep it under control in some way. In other words, compulsive behaviors are equally manifestations of this pathological infantile grandiosity. It's very important to see in this case that you cannot in any simplistic way moralize or blame this individual for the struggle that they're in. Can you see that? This is not their fault. They cannot be blamed for this at all. The compulsive behaviors that they engage in, whether they're like me and they tend to be a workaholic, or whether they have eating disorders, or whether they have some form of addictive compulsive behavior. According to this self-psychology, this is all manifestation of a struggle with an unconscious, grandiose self-organization which is not being adequately related to by the individual ego or conscious mind. It's very important, yes?
Would that also include codependency?
Yes, it would. Now, we need to get a little sense. I'd like for you to think about this in the context of trying to become much more aware of certain types of behaviors that we all experience. That is to say, here is the assumption that I want you to entertain tonight. I want you to entertain the assumption that all of us had less than perfect childhoods. See? Right? And I want you to entertain the possibility that we didn't have enough camels and sheep standing around and admiring us at various times. And it's just possible that in every one of us in this room there remains some rather primitive aspects of this childhood grandiosity still around. Now, if it is, there will be little signs of it. And I'd like to take just a little bit of time right now for us to work together on what some little clues may be that you may notice. Well, let's start. The self-psychologists are really wonderful in being empathic to people's struggle with their grandiosity. And what I love about the way they do this, they are not moralistic about this. They don't moralize at people about their struggle with their infantile grandiosity. They're extremely, they are capable of being a good example for us Christians on this issue. There are a lot of these little signs. One, let's just go through a list of them. I want to give you a list of marks of recognizing this residual, untransformed, the way they talk about it. We'll talk Jungian about it in a minute. But they talk about untransformed, untransmuted, primitive grandiosity that remains influencing you. Depreciation tendencies. That is, if you notice yourself spending a lot of energy depreciating yourself or other people, it's a dead giveaway. Now, people normally think that is my I. That's Robert criticizing Robert. According to the self-psychologist, when Robert says to Robert, "Oh, you're never going to amount to anything," that's not the true self of Robert speaking to Robert. According to the self-psychologist, that is a voice coming off of the grandiosity. The grandiose self-organization, in effect, has a voice in my psyche. And it says to me, and it, conceivably, that was a lousy book that you published. Or you should have published 2 books, 10 books, 100 books. They all should have been better. You notice that split infinitive. You know, see, whatever. You put your own version of this. One of the things I like to do with groups of people is to have them write down these thoughts that they have about themselves. I will never blank. Or, you know, you're never going to ever learn so-and-so. You know, you think, fill in the blank with your own thoughts. According to self-psychology, these things are normally coming off of the grandiose self-organization. The punitive, self-rejecting, discouraging thoughts are normally coming off of that. So anytime you notice depreciation of self or others, if there's a lot of energy going into depreciating other people, it's probably coming off of a primitive organization of the grandiosity. Why do you say that? Because if you've got your grandiosity in harness, according to the self-psychologist, you're expending it in creation. You're doing something useful with it. See? It's going into productivity. You don't have time to be criticizing other people. You're too busy doing something useful. See? So that's one form. We've talked about eating disorders. If you have any problem with eating disorders, overeating or bulimic kinds of patterns, this would be understood by self-psychologists as a direct expression of the struggle that you have dealing with this thing in your psyche that has not been digested, in effect. See? In other words, when you see someone struggling with a diet, you have right before you there a person that's struggling with the appetite of a giant within. See? It's not the true self of that individual that's that hungry all the time. See? It's the grandiose self-organization. Because, see, the grandiose self-organization within is insatiable. You can't feed it enough. You can't feed it enough food. You can't feed it enough booze. You can't feed it enough drugs. You can't give it enough sex. So behind all of the compulsive behaviors, the self-psychologists see that organization. Insomnia. The self-psychologists see sleep difficulties as often directly related to this grandiose organization. And it can be related in this way. There are a number of things that happen to you when when the grandiose self-organization within is not adequately transformed and integrated. It tends to overstimulate you. Now think about this. When you're in touch with it, it tends to overstimulate you. Insomnia, the self-psychologist would say, is a mark of the fact that the grandiose self-organization is getting you revved up too much. And you have not learned ways to calm yourself and to soothe yourself. See? Because this thing is too big. It's like I like to say to people that are trying to understand this, it's like a big, excited Saint Bernard that smells the food. And he starts lunging against the door. And so what you've got to do is try to find some way to calm him down. See? And a lot of people drink too much at night because they're so overstimulated. They can't get down. They can't calm down. So they can go to sleep. A lot of people, this country is full of Valium junkies. People are taking enormous amounts of Valium to cope with their unintegrated, grandiose self-organization. Okay. But there are other ways in which this thing manifests, besides overstimulation. Now, you can think of the various ways in which you may manifest types of overstimulation of this thing within. But there's another thing that we see, according to the self-psychologist, and that is called defending against grandiosity. Now, what forms does that take? For example, a person with extremely low self-esteem who does not feel that he or she is very important. Often the self-psychologist will say that person is defending desperately against the presence of the grandiosity. Why? Because there is a fear in the psyche that if they let themselves know anything about themselves being good or okay, this thing would roll in and take over. In other words, according to the self-psychologist, there is a fear of psychosis. When you see someone who is very meek and self-effacing, I have no self-esteem, don't say anything good about me, don't compliment me, for God's sake, don't notice me. According to the self-psychologist, that's very often a person, not a person who has no grandiosity within, but that's a person whose hold against it is so tenuous that if you pay too much attention to them, they begin to have enormous anxiety peaks. They start having enormous anxiety states. You may have noticed that some people you will try to compliment, and they will push it away. They do not want to hear it at all. According to self-psychology, these would be persons who have an enormous struggle with this grandiose self-organization. And you are actually threatening the structural integrity of their self by complimenting them. You see this? Now you can imagine this has enormous significance for spiritual direction. Because if you have such a person you're working with or you're trying to help, and you are so eager to get them feeling better about themselves, and so you start trying to say positive things about them, you start trying to build them up, you start trying to really give them good experiences that will make them not feel so bad. And if you do not have some sense of the dynamics of this, you may be causing them enormous peaking in their anxiety states because they cannot stand you feeling good about them. And one of the things that you as a spiritual director or a helping person, once you understand this type of thing, you will know that you must be careful about overstimulating this grandiosity until the person can gain gradually greater and greater a sense of themselves, their own self-structure, so they can stand it. Now, this is interesting in the light of our discussion about doing something with Satan. That is to say, the redemption of that element, if that's an element in the psyche, that exhibitionistic part, can't be fast. You've got to let that capacity to be seen as beautiful, grow very slowly. It can't be fast, or it threatens the person with the disintegration of their self-structure. Now, this helps us to understand a lot of behaviors which are puzzling to us. A lot of creative personalities, you may have noticed, self-destruct when they get successful. You may have noticed successful actors, successful artists, successful musicians who either commit suicide or drink themselves to death or die young with drug overdoses. According to the self-psychologist, this happens when people get too much attention. The success overstimulates them. The grandiose self-organization begins to threaten the integrity of their self, and they start to medicate it, or they start to act out, which gets us to another form of expression of this difficulty. It is the concept that you've heard many times, possibly, acting out. When we say someone is acting out, what do we mean? A lot of bizarre antisocial behaviors, for one thing. Violent behaviors. It often includes some sort of relatively bizarre interpersonal behaviors, often including violence or bizarre sexual behaviors or or other kinds of acting out conflicts that can't be understood in terms of the person's own grasp of themselves. But according to the self-psychologist, people act out when they cannot stand the pressure of the grandiose self-organization anymore. To give you an example, if someone is struggling with a drug addiction and they are getting a handle on it and they're being able to function fairly well, if there is a disturbance in their relationships, this will often lead to the grandiose self-organization becoming destabilizing again for them. And this is the time, according to the self-psychologist, that the individual will go back for more drugs. If you're working from this point of view with an alcoholic, the alcoholic will not fall off the wagon until there is something that causes a disturbance which causes the grandiose self-organization again to destabilize the ego, or what they call the self-structure of the individual. So the difficulty takes many forms. The ones that you and I see the most are the ones that we've talked about: intense envy, depressive states, heightened anxiety, insomnia, compulsive behavior, what we know as manic phases, sleeplessness, that sort of thing. According to the self-psychologist, the integrity of the human ego of the person, because the grandiosity was never integrated and built up into self-esteem and self-structure, the person is very, very subject to splitting behaviors of all kinds. Often your so-called multiple personalities will be individuals for whom the grandiose self-organization is so powerful that they cannot maintain the structural integrity of oneself. And we'll see in a moment, when we turn to the Jungian way of thinking about this, the way in which, from a Jungian point of view, we split into archetypal configurations at these times. That is to say, when the grandiose self-organization is still primitive and raw, we will tend to become archetypes, not persons. Any self-soothing kinds of compulsive rituals in some way that we might do. There are people that can't do anything but come home and read at night. They sit there and read. Other people can't read because of the overstimulation. One of the things that we do in self-psychological treatment of persons is to help them recognize when their grandiosity is becoming overwhelming. See, you begin to help the person tell when they're getting to the point that they're about to come apart. Let me just say a word about their view of how this is healed, the self-psychologist's view of how this is healed. Very simply, the person gets into therapy with an analyst who understands this business. The analyst tries to provide for the individual a mirroring of this grandiosity, an attunement to the grandiosity, a non-attack on it. You try to welcome the awareness of this grandiosity into the consulting room. It's very interesting. The therapist tries to help the person get in touch with an awareness of these grandiose feelings. In other words, it's not good for them to stay out of awareness, because if they're out of awareness, you can't do much about them. So the therapy proceeds in trying to help the individual become more aware of this grandiosity and of finding ways to be more accepting of it and to be able to deal with it in constructive ways, to get the energy. Now get this sounds familiar to Jungians, doesn't it? There is energy in that grandiosity. There is energy for life. This is what I was thinking about when John was talking about the energy for life. There is energy for living in that grandiose self-organization. And because of the failures in parenting, that person has never been able to plug in to that grandiosity in an adequate way, and to have that grandiosity fuel their life with zest and vitality and energy toward actual human endeavors, toward realizable human ambitions, and that sort of thing. And so what the self-psychology therapy tries to accomplish is helping the individual not to feel bad about their grandiosity. That's not the idea at all. It's really kind of amusing. You try to help the person feel good about their grandiose fantasies. Yes. Yes, one particular example that I thought was very interesting. After a long time in therapy with a self-psychologist, this one woman who was 52 finally felt accepted enough and mirrored enough to bring out her fantasy. Her fantasy was that she wanted to be a rock star. She's 52, she wants to be a Janis Joplin. Now, it took her a long time to get to where she could admit this to the therapist. And so what their therapy attempted to do was to have her stop feeling so much shame about that fantasy. Now think about the Batman movie and all that stuff in this light. All these hidden away superheroes, Batman, Superman, all that sort of thing. But to help her feel good about her fantasy about wanting to be a rock star, and what she started to do is figure out ways that she can bring some of the energies off of that Janis Joplin into the workplace. So she went to work, and gradually she announced to her co-workers, look out now. I'm coming down here in a new way. In other words, she began to bring in a lot more of her grandiose exhibitionistic energy into her personality and expressing it at work. And the interesting thing is people usually enjoy you a lot more if you're a little bit in touch with your grandiosity. If you're not in touch with it, you're kind of boring. See? So the idea is to help individuals plug into that, not feel shame about it, but to plug into that and to learn to do now what they didn't learn to do as a child, learn to feel okay about this grandiose fantasy and to gradually try to find ways to embody this. Now let's turn to look at a Jungian way of thinking about this very same business. Now again, we talked a little bit about the importance of the relationship between the ego and the archetypal self. And we talk about how Jungians, Edinger in particular, has helped us talk about the need for the formation of the ego-self axis. Now, you should be able to think about what a Jungian would say about some of the things we've been talking about. That is to say, the archetypal self carries that grandiose energy that we've been talking about. You see, the archetypal self, like the grandiose self-organization, according to the self-psychologist, is full of fuel. But you can get in trouble with the archetypal self just as you can get in trouble with the grandiose self-organization. See? You can either be too close to it in the sense of you can become identified with it, like the narcissistic personality disorder. You could say that the narcissistic personality disorder is identified with it. Or you can be, in terms of your ego, out of touch with it consciously. Now, what we ought to be able to see, however, is just because the ego does not know itself to be in touch with the archetypal self, it doesn't mean it isn't. In other words, when you're not plugged in adequately to your archetypal self, it doesn't mean that your archetypal self is not in there. What is going on? Usually, the archetypal self is in your shadow much more. The archetypal energies are in your shadow, and you will normally project those things. You will either project them onto someone else or you will act them out in some way unconsciously. We can talk about manic depression as an individual who sometimes will get too much of a dose of archetypal energy and then oscillate away and get too little of it accessible to the ego. Very similar to the way the psychoanalytic self-psychologists talk about the energies of the grandiosity. But one of the things that I think is important for us to see about the contribution of Jungian thought is that from the Jungian point of view, you can see that the human personality is very, very creative about ways of being grandiose. You can be grandiose in a lot of different ways, not just one. You don't just have the narcissistic personality disorder if you think about this from a Jungian point of view. You can be grandiose and be acting out in any one of a number of configurations. And what I want to do with you before we stop and discuss, I want us to go through some of the different configurations in which the infantile grandiosity, you might say, can be expressed in different archetypal configurations in different psyches. And let's go through them now, and then we will discuss all this stuff. What they talk about is the narcissistic personality disorder, the one we talked about the person that thinks they're God's gift to the world, is, in my view, an example of an individual who is experiencing an archetypal inflation in the mode of the king or the queen. It's very interesting to think about the narcissistic personality disorder as sort of a boy king sitting on his high chair, expecting everybody to adore him, expecting everybody to mirror him, expecting everybody to bless him, for himself to become the center of the world. The narcissistic personality disorder is said to be incapable of love. And in this case, you would say that the individual expects the energies to come toward him, not to go out. He's not to be giving out. Yes?
I think I've observed this when a father had a son or had children and he could no longer get all the attention, and then these symptoms showed up at that stage in his life.
Normally, he's saying that he's observed this in a case that he's worked with. If the individual has been pampered, you can get to be a narcissistic personality disorder and kind of think you're the boy king or the girl queen in a lot of ways. You can be pampered. See, pampering will do it. Because one of the important things that these people that work with this talk about is that you have to be let down from your little high chair throne gradually. If they knock you off your high chair throne by hitting you and beating you up as a child, it doesn't transform this stuff. It doesn't integrate his self-esteem. You have to be let down gradually, see. And when they don't let you down gradually, and they knock you down, you can continue to be this type of personality. Or if you are so wonderful to your parents that they never let you think you're anything but a little god, then you haven't learned from your parents that you're not a little god. You haven't learned it in incremental doses. So if you've been extremely pampered by a doting parent, you have had that grandiosity not gradually transformed into self-esteem. It has remained raw. You're still a little god on the high chair, or goddess on the high chair. So this is the one that they know most about in terms of the literature. You see this form of the narcissistic personality disorder most clearly. But it can also be expressed if the warrior archetypal pattern is loaded with archetypal energy. And in that case, it doesn't come out as a little Lord Fauntleroy on his high chair. How would you suggest that an inflated warrior the grandiosity coming out in the form of the warrior would express itself. Like Rambo in violence. The violent personality who goes into rages a lot and who acts out violently a lot. You see the boy warrior or the girl warrior sometimes. I've worked with a number of people who've been battered by their wives. Yeah.
Couldn't that also be people who get fanatical about causes?
Yep. She says, couldn't that also be people who get fanatical about causes? And that would be absolutely an expression of that. You can talk about the way in which the messianic warrior comes out in this. When a person gets into some particular social movement or social cause, and it takes, one of the interesting things about it, you can always tell when it's an inflation because it's so one-sided. In other words, that consumes the individual's life. And this is one of the things, another form it takes that's not as bizarre as that, the one I'm more subject to, is workaholism. See? The obsessive-compulsive personality is in many ways just as inflated as the narcissistic personality disorder. It's just that the obsessive-compulsive, in the obsessive-compulsive, it's going into the warrior configuration. See, the warrior is into working, carrying out the mission, and nothing is important but the mission. The family's not important. See? Feelings are not important. The children are not important. Nothing is important except the mission. When you see people that are into professional careers to the exclusion of all relationships, you see an inflation, what I would consider a grandiose, pathologically infantile inflation in the warrior configuration. This is a very common one among professionals, particularly among the yuppies today. I mean, you'll see a lot of them who get totally fixated upon this and somehow don't understand what's happening when they cannot get shifting any gears into building a family, for example. There seems to be no energy for having a family life and no energy for any kind of intensive, committed relationships. Now, what about a grandiose inflation in the magician or the priest or priestess? How would that manifest itself? Anybody? Take a stab at it. Could be a pseudo-messiah, although messiahs tend to be more activists. They tend to be more kind of warrior kings. But there are some aspect, the religious knower, the one who has the religious message would be an example of that. I think that may be what you're getting at. Other examples of that. Yes. You could go... See, when you're inflated in a grandiose way in the magician, you want to know everything. See? And you don't want to do anything. See, you want to know everything before you do anything. See? And this is like, you see this a lot in us professors. Because, if there's any kind of crisis going on in society or anything, somebody gets hit by a car, we will have a commission to study it. We won't call an ambulance. We'll study it. There's something can be learned by this, It's like what we do in Chicago. We got all these homeless people, We got people in terrible straits. But my academic colleagues are into studying it. And Omegas inflation, that's one form it takes. What are some other forms that Omegas inflation will take back here?
I think when the counselor is working on their agenda with the patient, not the patient.
When the therapist or counselor gets into a power trip with the patient and is locked into the counselor's own agenda rather than being empathic with the person they're working with. This is one that the self-psychologists talk about a lot. That is to say, just because you think you know what the patient feels doesn't mean you do. And they put a great deal of emphasis on empathy, trying to feel your way into the actual states, feeling states of the individual. If you're really into a power trip as a therapist, in this magus inflation, you won't do that. But there are other things that tell me more about therapists here in this. This is one that we therapists major in. We therapists really get inflated in the magician thing a lot. What are some other expressions of that? Schizoid. Absolutely. That is to say that if you're locked into this in an inflation, you may not look at all arrogant to somebody looking at you. But if you are grandiose in the magician form, you will pull out of relationships emotionally. That's what he means by schizoid. You will not be experiencing much energy in your feeling function with individuals. You will get more into that knowing business, you see. Others, yes. Super mom or super dad. I think super mom and super dad more come in this one. The person who is locked into mothering and can't do anything but mother. Oh, I see. Having all the answers. Anybody that is into just always having all the answers has got a lot of this. There's no question about it. But I'm thinking, when you got somebody that if it moves, they mother it. You know, they mother the husband, they mother the kids, they mother the car. You know, they're in this one. And of course, with the warrior, if it moves, they fight it. We won't talk about this one yet. Oh yes, let's do. Now let's get to the inflated, the grandiose lover. What are some of the forms that this takes? When the promiscuity is one. And that's the one we talked about the other day in terms of so many men or women in so little time. There's never enough opportunities to engage in seduction or sexual activity. That's one. But there are other expressions of grandiosity in the lover. What are some of the other expressions of the pathological grandiosity as it manifests in this configuration?
Or never enough relationships.
Never enough relationships. That's kind of a form of promiscuity. There are a lot of people who, you know, they develop a lot of intimate relationships, and they're very quick to tell you that they're not genital relationships. But, I mean, they're very faithful to their spouse. It's just that they have all of these intimate relationships all over the country. See? And they get very upset when the spouse is jealous. See? This constant seeking out new, exciting relations. This is Aphrodite. This is an expression of the Aphrodite energy. Think about it. You read Gene Boland's book on Aphrodite. See, Aphrodite really loves every man she sees. She really loves them. It's just that when another one comes along, he's beautiful too, and she loves him. See? She just sees all this beauty. But what are some other expressions of inflation or grandiosity in the lover configuration? Yes, John. That would be, he says, what about the sexual abuse of clients or patients? I would think that could be argued to be an expression of this coming blasting through the shadow side of the therapist. A lot of therapists, you know, don't tend to their personal lives enough In fact, some of the people that have written about therapists say that therapists tend to be voyeurs, and they don't spend enough time developing their personal life, and therefore this side of their personality is not getting enough energy normally, consciously, and so it's in the shadow, and so often the lover will come blasting through with these grandiose energies. And one of the interesting things about it, there was a very prominent therapist who was acting out in the way you're talking about. And the amazing thing was that when confronted about it by his colleagues, he couldn't understand what they were upset about. See? That's one of the expressions of grandiosity. See, when confronted, he couldn't. What's wrong with you people? This is important for these people. I'm helping them. See, and it was clearly a possession state. So that would be a good example. Codependence is a clear one. One of the things that I had pointed out to me about this was that a lot of the time you can see the addictions as disorders in the lover, as a grandiosity in the lover, because the individual comes out and falls in love with some substance, or falls in love with, really loves booze, really loves food. And there's a lot of talk about addictions as disorders of the lover. Other examples? Yes. Falling in love with love, yes. That is, this energy is so powerful. You see, it's numinous. It's sacred when it's expressed in this form. Yes, right here.
Child sexual abuse be in this category?
Don says, would child sexual abuse be in this category? In my view, I tend to see it there, because a lot of people say, will say that there's no love or affection in child sexual abuse. I'm not sure they're right about that. I think maybe, you see, the lover, when it is in a grandiose form, a grandiose state, it's polymorphous perverse.
It could also be the warrior too.
If it's a big domination thing, it would be the warrior. It could be the warrior. But a lot of the time, you see, this when one is in this state, this is the part of the self that is capable of being sexual with anything. Persons, places, things, you name it.
What about the offering or the demanding of elaborate gifts and inordinate attention?
Offering or demanding, I think it would be more the offering of elaborate gifts. The compulsive expression of loving. The important thing to see, and let's just discuss this now a little bit more, the important thing to see is that there's not one form that a grandiosity will take. The grandiose energies, the archetypal press, can be expressed in any of these patterns. And so rather than just seeing it as a narcissistic personality disorder, if you take a Jungian point of view, then you can see that when you're mainlining these energies like this, they can come out in any of these ways. Now let's do something a little different before we stop. We've been emphasizing what happens when you're mainlining, when you're shooting up this archetypal energy and it comes out in one or the other of these forms. What about when you're not getting enough of the archetypal energy in these different configurations? Remember when John was talking about spirituality as putting you in touch with the energy for life, what happens when you don't get enough energy to light up these configurations? Let's go through them again. What would you say? What happens to an individual? How would you tell an individual who was out of touch with archetypal energy in this one? Give me an example. Well, how so? She says, Mr. Milquetoast. How so? How is that not getting energy here? Yeah. No, okay. She says not doing anything, being flat. One of the things that that you could argue is that an individual who has no power drive probably has no energy going into this configuration of the king. No power drive, no expression of attempt to build anything. If an individual has no impetus to build anything at all, then this is not being fueled by archetypal energy. Child abandonment is very interesting. That is, the individual simply is not experiencing any of their king or queen circuits. I think this happens a lot today when the career takes all of the energy, or this takes all of the energy, and the children are left. Yes?
Say no, can't stand up, can't take another position against a perceived powerful order or request.
Okay. In other words, dependency will often be a manifestation. Inability to stand up to some other initiative will be an example. If you have a lot of king or queen energy, it's not easy to run over you. You have your own. If you have a lot of king or queen energy, you're pretty centered. One thing about you, even if you have it in a pathological form, it's awfully hard to run over you. Okay. What about not having enough of the archetypal energy going into the warrior configuration? What will an individual be like? Yes. You're all very good tonight. She says, passive-aggressive behavior. Absolutely right. And if you got somebody that's passive-aggressive, this is not being fueled enough with archetypal energy. And one of the things you have to work with, I gave a series of lectures on the warrior archetype recently, and that was one of the points that I made, that there is so much passive aggression around. I mean, it's just like it drives you nuts, especially if you're trying to be aggressive and you're in a room full of passive aggressive people. It's a committee. What else would you say about that besides passive aggression? Yeah. Yeah, laziness. That's what we would call laziness. If I feel lazy, laziness doesn't tell you anything. It's just a kind of a description of what you're not doing. But so you say sloth, so-called the sin of sloth would be an example of just this not being fueled. In other words, if this is being fueled, you won't have a feeling of aimlessness, because the warrior part of you will find the mission. And if you don't have a sense of mission, this is not being fueled. See? Anything else you can see there? Apathy would be another example. Depression can often come under that. I think depression is a manifestation can come off of all of these, because see, depression to me is a clear manifestation that the individual is just not got the spigot turned on enough. They're not lighting up enough. Yeah, back here. Excuse me. Non-competitive, she says. In other words, if you tend to be a person that just has a hard time understanding why anybody would want to compete in anything, the chances are this is not getting fueled. The warrior spirit enjoys it. Kind of gets off on it. Procrastination is another example. In other words, if you're having trouble completing things, I know nobody here has that problem, but if you have trouble getting projects completed, this would not be getting fueled. What about this one? Yes. Would manipulation come under lack of fuel for the magician? Well, I don't know. What do you think? Being manipulated might be. And they say allowing oneself to be manipulated. See, what would happen is you would not be very reflective. If this is not being fueled, you won't think a lot about what's happening with you and other people. See? You won't be, this is the archetype of awareness. You will not be very aware of what's happening in your environment. You know, there are a lot of people who are surprised when their spouse walks out. They didn't notice anything wrong. See? Well, that's because this wasn't receiving any fuel. If this is receiving fuel, one is very aware of the dynamics of everything and everybody around. See? Okay, what else would you say?
Staying in therapy forever, wouldn't that be one way to...
That would be one way. See, if you don't have this fuel, that means you have to have somebody else be your magician. See? Well, she says hypochondria. That would be not being able to figure out what all these physical symptoms are about. That is to say, people tend to somaticize when they're not very aware psychologically. So that's a very subtle point. You see that? That is, you'll find that people who are not very psychologically aware, whose magician is not getting enough fuel, they will just have a lot of body symptoms. Nothing's wrong in my life, but I just have all these bodily symptoms. See? That's what they call in the literature somatization. And what about a person who's not having the lover fueled? Yes.
Sexual dysfunctions like impotence or frigidity?
She says sexual dysfunctions like impotence or frigidity. Absolutely. It's very interesting to work with people who are living their life as if this was not even a configuration in their psyche. It's very interesting. You know, there are many, many marriages that make no place at all for the lover configuration, and it gets no energy by either part of the couple. In fact, they come into therapy and they'll often say, "Well, I just don't know what's wrong. I just don't guess I know how to be a lover." And the thing that always fascinates me is when they get an extramarital relationship going, they learn awfully fast. Take a crash course in this. But this is an excellent point. There's just no energy going into that. The person is completely tone deaf about buying flowers. They can't buy flowers. They can't go away for the weekend. They can't get a lock on their bedroom door. It's just amazing. They can't think of any of those things. Any other expressions of this? There are a lot of expressions of this, yes. Now, how would isolation be an expression of not having that fueled? Yeah. In other words, if this is being fueled, the person is enthusiastic about the world, and they're going out to it. If this is not being fueled by any archetypal energy, the poet in the person won't be online. See, they won't be feeling poetically about anybody or anything. The writer in them won't be online. What else?
A love object, choosing someone who cannot respond somehow. Maybe going after a marriage person.
Okay, now that's interesting. She says bad choice of a love relationship, or perhaps going after someone that's already involved in another relationship. It would be an example of that because a lot of the time, if a person has Oedipal conflicts, This is an example of someone who is very conflicted about this. They're afraid to put much energy into this. And what they will do is they'll be so insecure about this that they will always arrange to be with people that won't really challenge them much. They always go with, quote, safe people, married people. You know, they think that they won't get a divorce. You know, they think that the other person won't get a divorce. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Don.
Somebody say boredom.
No, but that's a wonderful example. Boredom. That is, if your lover is getting any fuel, any archetypal energy, then you're never bored with things. Things are exciting to you. You are constantly interested in things. And the world is more like the garden, see, for you. I mean, it's a delightful place. And you just wish you had 4 or 5 more lifetimes so you could enjoy everything. See? Yes.
I don't know if I'm understanding this correctly, but it seems to me that at least for a given period of time, people who aren't getting enough archetypal energy could look like they're getting too much.
Yeah.
And that's compensatory kind of thing.
Yep. Yep. She says that a lot of the time, due to the compensatory dynamics in the psyche, a person that's not getting enough would look like they're getting too much energy. That's right. See, one of the things you got to look at in this is that wounds in one's narcissism can result in either too much fueling or not enough. And so the pathology will express itself in different forms. And the goal, of course, in what we've talked about is spirituality, certainly from a Jungian point of view, is to have contact with these energies for life, but have contact with them in a way that fuels and serves life and doesn't destroy life, doesn't disintegrate the personality, doesn't lead them to have to act out, but enables them to have enough of this energy so that life can be full and life can be joyful. I think we're out of time. I want to thank you, and I'll stick around a little while if you want to discuss this further. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Of this series, Things Jungian in Spiritual Direction, is by Robert Moore. We have had a full week, a tremendous time. And I know it's difficult to even think now that the last lecture is here. But I'm very pleased that Robert Moore will be presenting this. And so I turn it now over to Robert for this occasion.
Well, I can tell that the shadow's around tonight. You know, I brought a sport coat and a tie to wear tonight, but my shadow said, you're going to dress like I want you to tonight. You know, those Tony Lamas, man. My shadow kind of has a split personality. He's one of these multiple personality disorders, you know. I mean, sometimes he thinks he's Willie Nelson. Sometimes he thinks he's Hank Jr. Sometimes he thinks he's Clint Eastwood with a bad temper. So I kind of don't mess with him. I do what he says. I even one time bought him a Cadillac convertible. But I spent a lot of money getting on good terms with him, so y'all just bear with him now. I don't condone him either. Let me do a little review. Tonight I'm going to be speaking about, on the topic, which I'd like to call liberating prayer, and trying to help us understand prayer in the context of the fundamental dynamics of evil. I have said in previous lectures that, according to my understanding, the fundamental dynamic of human evil is pathological narcissism. But unlike Scott Peck's view, I think that this illness that we are afflicts us all. And I tried early in the week to present to you a study of comparative psychoanalytic theories and show the way in which they suggest that there is within each of us a psychological structure or structures which is a source of powerful numinous energies, what I sometimes image as a kind of solar furnace within, which we variously call, depending on our school of thought, the superiority complex, the grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization, or if you're a Jungian, we sometimes refer to it as the archetypal self. And I have said to you that, in my view, that pathological narcissism results from the perfectionistic, godlike claims of this God complex, God imago within when one is not relating to it in an appropriate way. Christianity has emphasized one form of inappropriate relationship to this God imago within. It's emphasized the evil of pride, of what Jungians have often called a positive inflation. But surely after this week, and looking through some of the lens that the other speakers have helped us see, we can see that there's another equally evil pathological form of narcissism, in which this inner sun is eclipsed. And this eclipse leads to chronic depression, to aimlessness, to passivity, and to boredom. So in other words, it's not just being too arrogant and exhibitionistic that's the problem. Most of the people I see are not persons for whom that's the problem. Most of them have the opposite problem. They don't realize how beautiful they are. They don't have enough enthusiasm about themselves. They don't feel comfortable with shining and being celebrated. And I think that, I was jesting last night about sending Heinz Kohut down to do a little self-psychotherapy with Satan, but I was only half jesting because theologically, you folks will have to figure all that out, but psychologically, there is a piece of us in the human race on this planet which acts like a 3-year-old that's somehow gotten lost from its parents. Either it ran away because they didn't mirror him or her well enough, or it projected a autocratic parent or parents on them, and it's somewhere alone in the darkness, weeping and enraged, and it wishes it could push a button and blow this entire planet to bits. Now, I don't know whether that has any ontological, theological reality. You're theologians. You'll have to do some thinking on that. But I'll guarantee you it has a psychological reality. That part in us is active all over the planet. And it's that abandoned child that's hunger for mirroring and hungering for a welcome out into the sunshine and into the mirroring of the human community that is behind the arms race the stockpiling of nuclear weapons. It's behind the kind of coldness and hatred which lets us on this planet do the continuing atrocities both to the planet itself and to the children of the planet in every city on the face of the globe. And so we need to realize that for every person that's overtly exhibitionistic and thinks too well of themselves, there are millions of people on this globe that don't feel significant and don't feel loved and hate us all for it. And it's that part, that abandoned child, or those abandoned children within, all around the planet, that have to be found and redeemed. You know, one of our conference members, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but we have Harrison Ford here with us in this conference. Harrison, will you stand up? Where are you, Harrison? Oh, wait, there he is. Thank you, Harrison Ford. I don't know whether you saw his film, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, but a lot of people didn't like that movie. A lot of people didn't like that movie because they thought it portrayed such horrible things. Well, that's amazing to me, because the fact of the reality of this planet is 1,000 times more difficult and more horrible than that. All you have to do is bum around the planet some, especially in Asia, as I have, and you will see with your own eyes that that film was an understatement, a radical understatement of the situation of children on this planet. So we've got a lot of work to do, and we've got to try to do something to help re-establish an appropriate connection with this great, deep God energy, this what to me is a divine reality within. And we've got to learn the varieties of ways in which we can relate inappropriately to that reality. And I tried in my second lecture to help you understand some predictable patterns of difficulty that we have in forming what Ettinger called an ego-self axis. And I laid out for you some of the ways, the different ways in which you can get in trouble and the way you can be inflated in any one of the different archetypal configurations of the psyche. I tried to show the way in which Kohut's psychoanalytic self-psychology and my psychology of these 8 configurations of the conjunctio can help us to discern these subtle patterns of inflation and deflation that can afflict us and separate us from what John was talking about as the fullness of human life and the experience not only of peace and joy, but the experience of passion and commitment to values and tasks which transcend the ego. Tonight, I want to speak about prayer, and again, I've got much too much to say on this for the time that we have, but again, I will try to go as fast as possible and leave us plenty of time for discussion. Let me begin by giving you what, for me, is my working definition of prayer. For me, prayer is any form of ritual practice or discipline which aids a human being in gaining access to the life-giving energy of the divine reality while helping us remember that we are not the creator, the king or queen. Let me repeat that. Prayer is any form of ritual practice or discipline which aids a human being in gaining access to the life-giving energy of the divine reality while helping us remember that we are not the creator, king or queen. That is to say, to make it more succinct, prayer is any behavior which counters our pathological grandiosity. Prayer is any behavior which counters our pathological grandiosity. I want to go through a lot of different perspectives on prayer, and all I can do really is to give you an outline. But I think after this week, you've got a lot of materials, and you can fill in the blanks yourselves. So my assumption in this lecture is that, quote, we are liberated from pathological narcissism through prayer, which is to me the magic of the true God. It is the magic of the true God. Let me start by talking a little bit about prayer in the body. If you accept my definition of prayer, then anything that you do which helps you to care, to recognize first, to respect, and to care for your body is prayer. Now, why is that? Now, think about what I've said about what prayer is. Prayer is anything you do that deals with your pathological grandiosity. Well, one of the things that the puer and the puella in you thinks is that they're going to live forever. Your immature self doesn't really think you have a mortal body because it doesn't think you're ever going to die. Now, if you're over 40, like some of us, this is more evident to you than to some of you young folks. But if you pay close and careful attention to your body, you will realize you are mortal. And so this is one of the things a lot of people ignore in terms of prayer. They do not realize that caring for the body is one of the most fundamental forms of true prayer. Because if you carefully attend to your body, you will be very clear that it's going to die. And that very awareness will deal with your grandiosity. It will help you remember you're dying. And unlike your puella or your puer, you will be clear in that moment that you do not have forever. See, my puer has got all these plans, and he wants to do all kinds of things. And I start adding that stuff up that he wants to do and places he wants to go, and it wouldn't take too many lifetimes to accomplish it. And then I start to look in at my actual age. And I start thinking about when my father died. And I subtract. And then, as Samuel Johnson says, that marvelously concentrates my mind. That marvelously concentrates my mind. I do not engage at that moment in the fantasy of not being human. At that moment, I am human, and I am quite clear that I am not God. And so that's one of the most important things. And so if I had a lot of time, I would go in a lot about the spirituality of your exercise program as one of the fundamental practices of true prayer. If you don't have an exercise program, that's your grandiosity talking. It's got you under a spell, as if you can just ignore the body. So I would go into exercise and diet a lot, because the diet thing that we all laughed at Sid when he was doing his little commercial. But that's very appropriate, what Sid was talking about. That is fundamental true prayer, if you can get serious about diet. Now, this is one of the things, my puer thinks it can eat ribs every day. It never will affect his cholesterol level, right? Tex-Mex to the max. All you San Antonio folks can appreciate that. But I don't have time to go into that a lot. If I had a lot of time, I would talk about sexuality as true prayer. Because one of the things you will notice when people get real crazy, that is, real inflated, and religious folks have a really, really big time with spiritual inflations, and I think that's one of the things that John Durley has pointed out so well for us in his work. These spiritual inflations in which you just kind of soar up into your head. And you can feel this as an analyst. It's a fascinating thing. When somebody's doing this in your consulting room, you can feel it. You can feel it when they are doing it in your body. When I start feeling myself get light, I know there's something going on. Because I'm not that light. Get out of their body. So if I'm working with someone who is very out of touch with their body, I often kind of freak them out. I ask them, well, you know, Freudian's supposed to talk to you about your sex life, not Jungians. We're supposed to talk about archetypal dreams, things like that. But I always ask people about their sex life, first thing. Pathological grandiosity will almost always damage a person's actual sexual connection, particularly with anybody with whom they have an emotional commitment. Now remember, I talked about the inflation of the archetypal lover who gets into promiscuity. But what you will find is that promiscuous people are very out of touch with their body. So in other words, I work with sexuality very quickly because sexuality is one of the things which is one of the true gifts to humanity, which grounds you in your body and which reminds you that, thank God, you're human. And let me give you an example which may shock you a little bit, but which, if you understand self-psychology, you will see what I'm talking about. One of the marks of a person who is very severely ill in terms of pathological grandiosity is they will often be engaging in compulsive masturbation. Now, I want you to think about that. A lot of people get real moralistic about that. To me, that masturbation is true prayer. That masturbation is true prayer. Can you see why? Think about it. When someone is so full of pathological grandiosity that they are almost floating off of the earth, fearing psychotic breaks because they are so grandiose and they are under such a threat from their grandiosity, the need to masturbate is a true instinct to touch the body. It is exactly the same kind of spiritual instinct as touching a rosary. It's the fundamental same move spiritually. It is the same move that when the Buddha was confronted by an army of demons, he reached down and touched the earth, and the demons disappeared. And this is something which is very hard for our puritanical, Manichaean approach to Christian faith would lead us to have. But the fact is that I will often try to help people realize their need to masturbate if they cannot have a committed sexual partner. If they will do it, it will help them get in touch with the body, and it will help them be reassured. It will lower their anxiety level, and they will start being embodied again. Of course, our goal is for people to have loving, committed sexual relationships. But there are many, many people in this world that are radically isolated and have no relationship at all and live up here and have migraines a lot. Wallace and Jean told me recently that they've been very interested in Christian pilgrimage. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they write on that, because I feel that another form of true prayer is pilgrimage in the world through actual external space. A lot of you do traveling a lot, traveling around the globe. This is an encounter with the world. It is seeing what is with your own eyes. It's not staying in those nice suburbs and having a fantasy that this is the way the world is, you see. In Chicago, we've got what we call the North Shore. A lot of people live on the North Shore, you know, and they moved there to have an environment which was more like a kind of a garden, you know. And you're supposed to be safe from the world up there. And if you live on the North Shore long enough and you don't travel or go on pilgrimages around the world, you will really get the idea that this is the way the world is. And you will be out of touch with the world. And you can get into sort of angelic fantasies, you know, of goodness. And we got all these religious people on the North Shore, you know. They have lots of ceremonies and worship services and everything. But, you know, when you bum around the world and spend a little time with the children of the world, and you look at what's happening to folks around the world, in the great cities of the world, and then come back to your own city and then look at what has happened to your perception of your own city, you begin realizing that there's a real world out here that doesn't bear much resemblance to the one you had in your autistic fantasy. And you begin to realize that you can't escape this planet by moving to the North Shore or your North Shore, wherever you live. We can't escape any of the ecological problems. We can't escape the political problems. We can't escape the threat of nuclear conflict. All of that stuff is narcissistic fantasy, autistic fantasies. And so true prayer is pilgrimage to the world in which you see what is for us. One comes, quote, down to earth when you do that. When you walk, as I have, on a street in Bombay and seen 80,000 young women sold into prostitution, lined up on the sides of the streets, and realize that you're guides and no one has any sense of outrage about this at all. Then you get outraged about the Indians, and then you see the same thing in Bangkok, and you get outraged about the Thais, and then you come back to your home city and you see what's happening to girls and boys in your home city. And you see that the churches get into their worship services, and like in Chicago, Genesis House that works with prostitutes to try to help them stay alive longer than their short life expectancy, can't raise any money. We can't raise any money for the only little rehabilitation center in Chicago, the only one that works with our huge population of prostitutes, male and female, boy and girl. This is coming down to earth. That's true prayer. That's true prayer, coming down to earth. Get you out of your angelic fantasies. And then I thought we were going to break into it a while ago, but maybe we get to do this later in this conference. Dance is true prayer. Now, I think about those times I go to Nashville North in Chicago with my honey. and we two-step. Those rose-colored glasses. Now, you think I jest, but I am never more clear about being human than when I'm two-stepping in some place listening to a good country band. I am clear that I am human, and it's pretty good to be human. Right? But that's not the only kind of dance. You know, you are never more embodied joyfully than when you dance. And the dancers in this crowd know what I'm talking about. And it is the lover in you that comes out and gets grounded in this, and you are like your great father and mother because they danced the world into existence. And you dance back in celebration. And you are clear that you're a creature, and that's all right. That's all right. So we don't do much with the spirituality of dance, but it's a form of prayer through the body, true prayer. So if you hadn't been dancing lately, you need to go. Now, if I had more time, I would go in a lot into what we were doing this afternoon, because I believe that active imagination, as we Jungians call it, is one of the most important forms of prayer that you can engage in. And you know that last night I was trying to help you understand some of the ways in which you can be grandiose in your own creative way. Well, what active imagination can help you do is to go into the inner world, as Robert Johnson has shown us how to do so well in his inner work, and dialogue with inner figures, and let them tell you where you're inflated in terms of these archetypal configurations. Some of us got to do some active imagination with the king and queen within the day. And some of us found ourselves very close to the queen and alienated from the king, or vice versa. And everyone that was there and did these active imagination exercises found ways in which they know they need to investigate further to see where they're out of touch and where they may be over-identified. We may see ourselves on the throne, or we may see ourselves unable to connect with somebody on the throne. So active imagination, you know, it's much easier to be clear that you are not the god or the goddess if you are talking to them. It's much easier. And you know, all these people get all upset about anthropomorphism in spirituality and theology. I'm not going to accuse them all of being thinking types. But I think that anthropomorphism in spirituality for the human species is a must. That is, it's a lot easier to not be able to connect with some abstract word, G-O-D, or even G-O-D-D-E-S-S, than it is when you're sitting there talking with a king or a queen, or both. When you're sitting there talking with a king or a queen, it's not as abstract and easily dismissed. So, one of the things that I would recommend that you do that is a powerful antidote to mistaking yourself for the creator of the universe is to visualize them and talk with them regularly in active imagination. As I've said before, this is not new. This is not original. Jung did not discover it. It's been done for ages and ages. As I said to the group this afternoon, I strongly suspect that awareness of the reality of the gods and goddesses that this gentleman wrote about in The Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind wasn't what he thought it was at all. I suspect that people in those ages normally just engaged in active imagination with the gods and goddesses as a matter of course. And so the divine reality indeed did speak to them. And they did hear their voices directly. And it wasn't some sort of weird quirk in evolution, as he thinks. People just forgot how to do active imagination. Now, you know about this archetypal group that I've presented, so I don't need to go into that. You know what I would say if I did. But let me suggest to you that those are not the only figures that you can do active imagination with is a form of prayer. It's quite obvious many of you have already done active imagination with Christ. Many of you have done active imagination with Mary or with Mary Magdalene. And this is done regularly and widely with people, and it is a powerful resource for persons. And one of the techniques which is being used more and more widely. You may not be as aware of the fact that many people now today do this kind of active imagination dialogue with their fantasies of angels or archangels. There are a lot of people who use active imagination to invoke the presence, say, for example, of Michael. I see a lot of people who are very disturbed people, who are in a great deal of trouble in their life. And they feel that they're under enormous attack by what seems to them to be the forces of death. Now, some people would say, well, that's just a typical borderline fantasy. See? But I'm not so sure. And so if they come out of a Christian background and they say, you think I could do active imagination with the Archangel Michael? Maybe ask him to protect me this week? Sure, why not? It's very interesting what happens. You know, if you visualize, this is a very common visualization technique. If you're going into a struggle, whatever your struggle is, and you feel like you've got a big, mean angel on this side, and a big, mean angel on this, they're about 7 feet tall, you know. Got white leather wings. You know, Batman has black leather wings. Well, these guys got white leather wings. But a big sword, you know. Well, you know, it's amazing the effect this has on the embattled ego. If they visualize a presence, a friendly, powerful, psychic warriors. It's a widely spread practice among very disturbed people. From what I can tell, it's a lot better than anti-anxiety medication. Seems to work just as well. You know, it's not just angels and all the archangels that you can do active imagination in your attempt to have a living, alive, powerful prayer life. You know, we also talk in the Christian church, do we not, about all the company of heaven? You know, through the centuries, Christians have stayed alive by being able to call on the saints. Well, if you take a universalistic view of our spiritual community like John Dowerly does, and I really like that. I agree with him in that. Our our community of saints is the human community. So I feel free, and I think we can feel free to call on any of the human saints to help us in any struggle we're involved in. I was once doing these active imagination exercises with a bunch of men, and I was going around asking them, well, now, we were doing the magus exercise a little bit, you know. They were talking and dialoguing with their magus. There was this one therapist sitting over in the corner, like this gentleman here, and he hadn't said anything, and finally, toward the end, I said, well, did you make contact with anyone? He says, oh, yeah. Didn't say anything. Would you mind sharing with us who it was? He says, well, it was Sigmund Freud. I talk to Freud every week. He is my supervisor. And, sure enough, every week this guy, one part of his supervision is in his active imagination. He has an active imagination dialogue with Freud. He knows a lot. He's a Freudian psychotherapist. And he has lengthy discussions of cases with Freud. And he finds it extremely helpful. In fact, Freud is much better than any of the people he's paying. Well, you laugh about this, but a lot of people do this now. That is to say, if you're facing practically any kind of task, if you know of someone who you admire deeply, who is now one of the saints, you can invoke them. You can ask for their help, that God will send them to you. And as a visualization, it is amazing what it does for your self-confidence and your sense of centeredness as you face your task. It's an amazing thing. And so you think about all the different fields that people have struggles in. And they do active imagination dialogues with individuals who, for example, I know of people that regularly talk to Joshua. I know people that regularly talk to Moses. This is part of their prayer life. And other biblical figures. It's a very common practice. They don't tell a lot of people about it. But to me, it seems like a natural continuation of what humans have been doing for thousands of years. All the company of heaven. And of course, you are thinking about the empowering effect of communal prayer. One of the things that I do a great deal, again, often with people that are very disturbed and are in a tremendous struggle for their life, if they're lucky enough to be a part of a religious community of any kind, I will ask them to go regularly to worship as often as they possibly can during the time of their intense difficulties. It is an amazing thing. If they are going to worship, that is liturgically ritualizing that they know they are not God. When they go to what amounts to be the center out there, which is the altar, if they are Roman Catholics, it is much more helpful in the sense that there's a Mass every morning, many times during the day, and if there's someone that is in a tremendous struggle to deal with an addiction, a tremendous struggle to deal with some sort of compulsive behavior, I find that it's an amazing thing to see what happens to someone like that when they go to a 7 o'clock Mass every morning of the week. Every morning of the week. That connection with the center out there etches on their psyche that they are not the center. It's much more powerful than sessions with me when they go to the Eucharist on a regular basis. It is an amazing impact that those of us who are not under such attack that we think that we can get along without these external centers. You know, we can kind of get into the fantasy that liturgies are, you know, sort of aesthetic things, you know, or sort of add-on things. But if you are fighting for your life, it's very fascinating. Liturgies become enormous power for keeping one grounded in one's humanity. And the effect lasts quite a long time during a day. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But that is something that I have many Protestants who, being starved to death ritually, of course, go to Mass for these reasons. And many Protestant women who are struggling to get out of the goddess identification, who are cultivating their devotion to Mary and finding it enormously, powerfully helpful to them in being human, in being a human woman, and in celebrating their groundedness as a human woman. So there are many resources that we often take for granted, particularly those who have come up within the Roman tradition. We could go on and on about forms of prayer in relationship to the ability to remember that you're human. There are many, many different forms, and you could give lectures on this, many of you, better ones than I. But one of the things that I run into a lot in theological education today is a fantasy that people have that spirituality is not important at all for liberation movements, for human liberation. Spirituality is sort of private. It's sort of psychological, you know. Well, if the worst thing you can say to anybody that is trying to do stuff in terms of social action for social justice is to accuse them of having psychological insight. That's the way it is in theological education now. This is very unfortunate, because some of the most inflated people I know are people that think that if we can just turn everybody into Marxist, that all of a sudden there's going to be social justice. And that's very, very widespread, sort of the idea that the solution to the problems of the world lie in a political ideology. Of course, we've got people on the right that think that, and people on the left that think that, and they all ignore the real issue, which is helping us to cope with the real war. And one of the things that I go around trying to help people understand is that there really is a real war. There is the planetary human war that must be fought against pathological, infantile grandiosity. The war that if we do not win soon will let consumerism continue to rise unabated and unchallenged because of the appetite of the little giant within that just can't get no satisfaction. See? We will continue to strip the rainforest because of the little giant within that can't get enough wood. See? If we had time, we could have Sid tell us some of the economics of grandiosity, which he's been studying in his studies in humanistic planetary economics. But what we have to realize is that there really is a real enemy. And there really is a real war. We always project this shadow business on some other ideology or some other race or some other religion or some other sex, whatever, when in fact the enemy is this unconscious identification with the God and Goddess within, so that we can then turn others into the archetypal enemy and make war on them. It's happened throughout human history. It's been the fatal flaw of human tribalism. Human beings have always known that there was an enemy. We've got paranoid ideation built into our wiring, that vigilance. We're always looking around, you know. But we never learned Pogo's lesson. You know, we've met the enemy and he is us, but the problem is even Pogo didn't get that quite right. It's not exactly the true self of you, but it's a psychological reality which is in there behind your eyes, and one that has to be dealt with techniques that help you not identify with this numinous one. Sometimes we might call him the great beautiful prince within. One of the things that spiritual masters throughout the years have been very clear about, one of my masters here is C.S. Lewis. I know that some of you appreciate his work. Evil in the form of pathological grandiosity, pathological narcissism, functions like enchantment. It's one of the wonderful things about C.S. Lewis's work. He understands what this stuff does to our perception. It shuts down your perception. It shuts down your vision. It shuts down your hearing. It makes your heart cold. Everything gets cold until the point that we can't feel anything then. And we lose, you know, a lot of people today are worried about how much shame people have. Well, I understand that. I understand what they mean about that, but you know what bothers me? I'm worried about how little shame we have. I'm worried about how little shame I feel about what's happening to the little kids in my city. I don't feel too much shame about it. See? And C.S. Lewis would be able to explain why I don't. Because he would talk about the way in which the enchantment of this spell has been able to harden my heart and freeze my sensibilities so that I do not see, and although I live in Hyde Park, I might as well live on the North Shore. So, true prayer, liberating prayer, is for what? It is a must for liberating our vision. We can't even see the real world without prayer. This is something that's become increasingly clear to me. We all know about burnout. We all know how hard it is to get people to look long enough at any condition to try to take any concerted action on it. Well, it's quite clear to me that in terms of the Christian myth, the one who had eyes to see and would not turn away was the Lord, Jesus Christ. That's the way the myth presents him. He would look. He would look. Most of us can't look because when we see without benefit of the connection which we can get in prayer, then we are totally overwhelmed and we have to split off from what we perceive. It has been my experience that only those individuals who have a powerful, active, sustaining life of prayer can keep looking clearly at the reality which we face on this planet and in our cities and in our towns and in our families. I see a lot of evil every day. Not only do I see it in my city and the homeless, I'll be going to a lecture remember last winter I was going to deliver a lecture for the Jung Institute on the north side. And I went to get a cup of coffee before the lecture. And by the restaurant in the 10-degree temperature was this little old man standing there by the door. He didn't look like he was really going anywhere, you see. And I went on about my business, and the next week I came back for my second lecture in my series. That week it was 0. And this little man is still standing there. This is on the north side near Uptown. And I went into the lady at the desk, says, this man out here, he was there last week. She says, yes, he's a mental patient. And he's one of the homeless around here. There are a lot of them like that. Well, see, look at that. Here I am giving my lecture at the Jung Institute. And the mental health establishment of Illinois has dumped these poor people on the streets, and they don't even bother to get them in off of the cold in 0 weather. You see that? I don't like seeing that. See? And that added to what I see in my practice overloads my circuits. My circuit breakers go off a lot, you know about that? The thing about it is that I have found that if I could not pray, if I couldn't pray a lot, I wouldn't stay as sane as I am in my work. See, this is one of the things. You can only see as much as your prayer life will allow you to stand. This is one of the facts of liberation prayer. So I would argue that if you are going to be an activist in trying to address any of the concerns that we have in our society, on our planet, that prayer is that which can put you in contact with the world. It is truly worldly in its effects. You don't get up into your head and fly off into your north shore of the mind. You know? See? It grounds you, and though it is not pleasant, you do not feel abandoned in the midst of all this. You feel like there is company for what you're doing that you can draw on. A lot of people will ask me, why I feel that prayer is so important. It sounds like you're really talking about doing a lot of praying. And when I teach seminary students courses in prayer, they are a little bit shocked. I ask them specific questions about their prayer life, and after about the first question, they're ready to quit. And then I ask another round, well, when, do you pray? And what do you pray? And how often do you pray? And what I have discovered is that though you would think that everybody has a very developed prayer life, if you will investigate, you will find that it's just not so. It's just not so. And I didn't learn this dealing with theological students. I learned to work like this dealing with people whose lives are in danger more directly, working very carefully about how I can help them pray more effectively to stay alive. What we might call survival prayer, Let me turn to my last topic. We started out talking about prayer in the body, and how touching the body can be an important reminder that one is not God. There is an old technique that used to be used a lot in Christianity and which has been used throughout the history of the human race, and which we have gotten in the habit now of calling magic, and we won't touch it, and that is the use of talismans and consecrated objects in one's ritual life in order to constantly remind oneself about the presence of God. This, to me, is something that's enormously important, and again, particularly for those persons who are either deeply, actively involved in a ministry which brings them into contact with radical evil. For example, if you're working with the horror of the life of prostitutes in your city, you need everything you can do to keep aware that there is a God and that God is present. If you do therapy not just with well-heeled neurotics, but you work really with very, very troubled people, you need everything you can have at your disposal to be able to remind yourself during sessions, during therapy sessions, that there is a God, and that this God cares whether this person gets better or not. Now, when I'm working with somebody, my mind is very focused on them and what they're saying, so I can't stop and say prayers. But I have found, and a lot of other people that I have worked with in terms of the use of ritual by therapists in their therapy, not teaching the client to use therapy, but the use of ritual by therapists, to find objects which are consecrated ritually by that person or by significant priests or ritual leaders that are respected and trusted by that person, to have sacred objects which are blessed and kept on the person of the therapist. These rings have been blessed by spiritual leaders of great power. Now, when I'm working with someone, I don't have time to stop and say a prayer, but when I do this, it reminds me that I'm not alone. Or when I just happen to look at my hand, it is a reminder that I'm not sitting in there by myself. This is not just Robert in all of this destructiveness in the room. There's another reality that is going to have the last word about all this. See? There are many other kinds of objects. You know, people have used, there are a lot of people that still use rosaries for this purpose. And they keep them in their pocket, and they can reach in and touch it. And that touch is a concrete reminder of the reality of God and the presence of God in that space, in this world, at that moment. There are many, if I had time, I'd go into a lot more of the ritual objects. The important thing is that they are deeply symbolic, they are consecrated for this purpose and this purpose alone, they are kept and held in great reverence, they are there for the purpose of dispelling the change in geography that will occur when you forget that there's a God. It's very interesting how this works. You know what hell is? Hell is the space you're in when you're not aware that there is a God. And if in any particular moment you have no sense of that reality and that presence as a presence which is helping fuel you in your work toward life and away from death, then you are in hell at that moment. And so one of the most powerful things, you know, someone was speaking about at dinner tonight about, who was that speaking about stones? Spirituality and rocks. Yes, right here. If you read Mircea Eliade, you will find that the most primal experience of the human race has been the sacredness of objects. That is, they are hierophanies. They reveal the presence of the sacred reality and constitute the center of the world right there in that moment. Change the nature of the geography you're in. It's been my experience and the experience of many other therapists who have some sense about spiritual issues in therapy that a touch is all the reminder they need to get out of their panicky feelings when they're dealing with death. If we had time, we'd go on and on. But we'll discuss this now. Let me just say that in that touch is invocation. In that touch is the constitution of an awareness of the divine presence. There is a sword that is cut through the enchantment that leads you to be unaware of the presence of a liberating God. You are, in effect, touching God at that moment. What is prayer? Prayer is really our only hope. Thank you very much. We've got a little time to discuss. Yes.
What do you think the channeling phenomenon is?
I don't know. She asked what is the channeling phenomenon. I'm not too familiar with that. It's a very popular practice in New Age circles, I understand. The only thing about that sort of thing is that one of the rules in invocation is you ought to always be careful who you invite, because sometimes folks come that you didn't really mean to come. And if you're into inviting entities into your psychological and spiritual space, I hope you're a great magus, because only the great magi know enough about psychological and spiritual self-defense to deal with very toxic entities that might come in. So if you're a great magus, go ahead and channel. But if you're not, I'd have a little worry, a little concern about it. Yeah.
In keeping with what you were saying about the sacred objects,
Yes.
How about the breath prayer? Breath prayer, are you familiar with that at all?
Yes, breath prayer, she says. You want to say just a word about what that is, for those who might not know?
Well, it's an adaptation or the use of what's also known as the Jesus prayer, and it becomes just a repetition of a prayer that you have formed yourself or adopted from, and so that it is something that is constantly with you, just as the touching of the object.
Something like a mantra. Although I think it's very important to realize that there are all kinds of spiritualities around today which do not acknowledge an external center out of the ego. There are a lot of forms of meditation that inflate people rather than ground them. And so what you want to do is to make sure that whatever spiritual practice you do is not identifying you with the grandiose self, that it may relate you to it appropriately, but that it not confuse yourself. You know, you can be one with the universe, but to claim to be the great one is a little dangerous in my view. Another thing, but that's a very important point, because a lot of people that have very little experience in prayer, working with prayer, think that all this fancy, different kinds of prayer are important, I mean, I get people coming into my spiritual direction classes, prayer classes, and they've got, virtuoso forms, 14 different kinds of prayer related to 14 different kinds of typological schemas, blah, 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 blah. And, people get really confused about that. But I tell my students that there's this one prayer that seems to work very well for me. It's called help. I recommend that one. And I use it a lot during every day. Just help. Other? Yes, thank you.
Robert, it sounds like one of your suggestions that therapists might use for patients who may suffer from severe chronic depression, might be use of something that they can wear on their neck or something in their pockets that either can be concentrated in a therapy session or out by someone else who person believes to be a significant other. Is that how I'm hearing you?
You know, if you can't do that with everyone. There are a lot of people that he's asking. Can you suggest that people who are having difficulty, patients that you're working with, can you help them work ritually? I think that's very important. But of course, a lot of therapists are so tone deaf on ritual. You know, the Freudians managed to define, as good moderns, you know, they've managed to define all ritualization as pathology. And I think that's terribly wrong-headed. Let me recommend a book for you. It's a book by a European therapist, Onno, O-N-N-O, Onno van der Hart. Onno van der Hart. It's called Rituals in Psychotherapy. As far as I can tell, this is the most sophisticated person that there is right now on rituals in psychotherapy. He uses all kinds of rituals in psychotherapy and to good effect. I think that's the cutting edge of research. I am doing a lot of work and have for some years on ritual and psychoanalysis. It's quite clear to me that psychoanalysis has always been a ritual process. The psychoanalyst is operating under the Magus archetype. Magus is ritual elder. It's quite clear that what a lot of people talk about as transference dynamics are clearly just ritual dynamics. I'm giving a lecture in Paris on that topic this summer in August. But it's quite clear to me that we've got to do a lot more work on what gifts are, what gifts mean in the psyche, because gift giving, there are some therapists now, they would never tell anybody. They certainly wouldn't tell their supervisor. But there are a lot of therapists now that give gifts for precisely some types of reasons like this. And they know that it's heightening the transference, and they fully intend for it to. Because when some persons are so sick, they have a very difficult time forming a positive transference. And the right kind of gift can often heighten the positive transference to the degree that it can help the individual bond to the therapist. You've got to work that archetypal transference with certain individuals. But it's very simple. You know, I have men, you know, big macho men who are very prominent in their communities, but have realized the need for this type of thing, and who carry a rosary around in their hand all day, like this, and have had it consecrated by some priest that they trust and feel has really got a spiritual vocation, and use it that way, especially when they feel their anxiety level peaking out, and feel themselves going over into a kind of a grandiose kind of overstimulation. And it's been very useful to them. And there are many other things that can be done with that type of thing. With people that have some sense about this type of thing and have some awareness, you can help them with their ritualization. Fact is, everybody needs to develop their own discipline, which includes the ritualization of their life. And that should not be so freaky. That's what the liturgical year is all about. If you can just help people that are having difficulty emotionally in the church learn to work the liturgical year, it gives an enormous, even the Cohoosian self-psychologists, who a lot of whom are, as far as I can tell, atheists, are quite clear about the way in which operating in a disciplined liturgical sense of time bolsters the sense of self against the forces of chaos in the psyche. So there are a lot of our traditional means that we think have nothing to do with psychology or psychotherapy that have everything to do with healing and have enormous power for those people who are in danger of psychotic regressions or self-destructive acting out. And since I'm more interested in helping those individuals stay alive than pleasing my Freudian colleagues, I'll choose the former. Yes.
Robert, next an illustration of the need for liturgy. I read it about 15 years ago where they showed the decline of the liturgical churches and the incline of the severe, stark Protestant churches, and then also saw a correlation with the growth of McDonald's. And this was a serious study, realizing that the people wore the same hats and uniforms, the same theme song. You always knew it was on the menu. And they really felt that this was sort of the liturgy of the culture, that when it was dropped from one place, they found it at such a place like McDonald's.
One of the things, that's excellent. See, one of the things you've got to get clear about, and this is Jungian shouldn't have to look anywhere else, and I'm sure that some of you could give us chapter and verse in the Black Bible about where you could find this, but it's many of the Cohutians today are the people, the self-psychologists are pointing out that you got to help people have regularity. You have to create regularity. And then some of us that don't know this stuff will say, well, when they get better, they won't need that, will they? And these Freudian, secularist self-psychologists will look you in the eye and they'll say, of course they'll need it. You have to have, quote, self-object experiences which organize your world, and that is a community. And so you're always going to need all these people. You're never going to get autonomous like Freud thought. And so what do you mean? You mean we're giving up the idea of getting so healthy emotionally that we're going to be autonomous and not need ritual and community? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Small old Catholic, I'm saying this so if people decide they want to fix, they'll know where to go. There's an old St. Mary's Old Catholic Church in Austin has on their answering machine every day a very eloquent story of the saint's life for that day. So if all else fails, there's phone-in ritual.
If all fails, there's phone-in ritual. Well, you do what you have to do. You know? You do what you have to do to stay alive. Well, a lot of I wasn't joking about that hagiography. I think that we've really gone the wrong way on this. I work with people a lot on trying to get them to find somebody they admire in history. It's hard to get people that are really, really grandiose. One of the tests, I didn't put this one in last night, but one of the litmus tests of pathological narcissism is when you ask somebody who they admire, men or women, and they can't come up with a list. See? If you can't come up with a list of people that you admire, that have qualities that you would like to emulate, you've got some problems in your capacity to idealize, and you cannot use other people to build your psyche as a community of saints. I tell these men that are having trouble getting their warrior up, that's a certain kind of problem. It's a diagnostic problem. Having trouble getting your warrior up. I have them do a little active imagination conversation with George Patton. You'd be surprised how well they can kind of connect with their warrior energy when they talk to him. What? That's a warrior package. Get to know George Patton, and you won't ever be out of touch with your male warrior again. Yes.
Robert, you're going to recommend some books on self-psychology.
Oh, thank you. He says recommend some books on self-psychology. Well, you need to start with this little book by Miriam Elson, who's a social worker that worked closely with Heinz Kohut at the University of Chicago, and her book Self-Psychology in Clinical Social Work is the best introduction. Elson, Miriam Elson, Self-Psychology in Clinical Social Work. It's got a bibliography. And for those of you that work with addictions, alcoholics, any kind of addictions, any kind of eating disorders, the book that just came out that I would suggest you look at is one by Jerome Levin, Levin, called Treatment of Alcoholism and Other Addictions, a Self-Psychology Approach. It's very, very useful in helping people learn to regulate their states of excitation. And it's really very quiet. It's really useful.
How does it start?
It starts alcoholism, treatment of alcoholism and other addictions. Other comments or questions? We're going to stop in a few minutes. Yes.
Robert, are you familiar at all with the work of Milton Erickson? If you are, do you have any comments about his
Well, he's asking about Milton Erickson. Milton Erickson was the great guru of hypnosis. And hypnosis is a very powerful technique, of course. But if you ever go to one, you want to go to one you really know and trust. Don't just go to anybody. Because if you really want to get inflated and on a great megas trip, just study hypnosis. Because it gives you an enormous power trip. You get it going. Milton Erickson used to go around hypnotizing people and having them doing duck walks. I mean, if I were Milton Erickson, I could have you doing a duck walk out here, and you wouldn't even know you were doing it. And so hypnosis is important for some people that have traumas that they can't get to, but you really got to be careful in your consumer, let the buyer beware who you go to for hypnosis. Remember, an insight into a problem or trauma does not heal it. And if you were traumatized and abused in childhood, and your ego, what we Jungians would say, your ego organization is very fragile and shaky. Gaining insight in hypnosis isn't going to fix it. You have to work on the development of the strength of the ego, or as we'd say in self-psychology, the self with a little s structure. You got to strengthen that. And insight sometimes can make you crazy. And one of the things I like to say to people, don't learn too much about yourself too fast. Give it time to digest. Other comments or questions? Yeah, Paul.
Oh, Freudian analyst told me one time that all insight ever cured was ignorance.
Yeah. All insight ever cured was ignorance. That's interesting. They used to teach us that Freudian analysts didn't teach patients. It's really gotten interesting because I just went to a conference with two of the greatest, I think, in the contemporary Freudians in the world, Michael Bosch and Arnold Goldberg. And one of the things they were making very clear, you have to teach people how to know when they're getting crazy and how to intervene when they start getting overstimulated. It sounds awfully didactic, but I guess they're coming around to realize that we got to know how this stuff works. We got to teach people about the plumbing. A few more comments and then let's stop for the night. Any more? Yes. No?
One thing I guess that it's kind of a statement from me, and thanks to you, it's kind of a witness at the same time. I've been involved for the last 6 months in some very stressful work, which involves confrontational kind of politics, and it involves very high potential for violence every day. And the only thing that, to the extent that I have any sanity left, the only thing that's kept me sane, I think, is at these times of confrontation, as I leave those, to look my adversary in the eye, these usually police who are arresting me or scared truck drivers who are across the picket line, is to look at these folks in the eye and imagine them at home at night with their wives and children or husbands and children. And that somehow takes away my grandiosity just a little bit.
They're not Satan then.
That's right. It takes away the demonology. And it's the only way I have found in this kind of work that keeps you from giving up in despair or shooting somebody.
That's wonderful, August.
It's the only thing.
You see, and this is back to what John was trying to get us to get to earlier. There really isn't a human enemy. And pathological narcissism always works to get us to believe there is, and then we act like there is.
And what helped us so much to get to that point has been an incredible kind of upwelling from people that we in the middle class normally don't see. It's Free Will Baptists and Pentecostals. And the Free Will Baptist Church has been the moral leader in the Appalachian region in kind of keeping the strike from becoming violent. And those folks wake up in the morning and say, I wonder what Jesus will have me do today. Then they get out of bed. And then they start kind of living their lives. But they don't move until they ask that question first.
Reminds me a little bit of Martin Luther King Jr., doesn't it?
That's right. And that's what's so incredibly powerful is to see Southern, white, working class Appalachians who make all the mistakes that all the rest of us make. We're just as greedy as all the rest of us. Who wants to be in the middle class just like all the rest of us. But who somehow can say, what do you want me to do today, Jesus? And can enter into solidarity with Cesar Chavez and Jesse Jackson. And there's some incredible power that comes from that. And it comes only when we can call on a power greater than ourselves and look at the state police and say, we're not going to go limp today if we go to jail because you might hurt your back and can't carry your child in 90 years old from a group which is ain't never been to a union analysis.
They ain't never been to the union analysis, but they know there's a God who is there. I don't think I can improve on that. Thank you, Uncas. It's been a pleasure. Active imagination is one of the most powerful techniques for spirituality and spiritual direction that we have. It's not a Jungian technique like some people think. Jung rediscovered an ancient kind of process that's probably been used for as long as there's been a human race. I really believe that you may have seen that book that some long time ago talked about the origins of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind. My guess is that a lot of the talking with the gods and goddesses that he thought was compulsive and automatic behavior was really a form of active imagination that was done automatically by people before they lost a sense of the inner world or the other world, the homeland. Modernity, of course, collapsed the mythic realm, what Peter Berger called the sacred canopy, collapsed into the world of human relationships and human life, and we have been getting crazier and crazier ever since. There are very few problems of the contemporary world that cannot be traced back to the loss of direct connection with the world of the god and the goddess. If you haven't ever read or studied any of Mircea Eliade's work, that's Mirceaeliade, then you ought to look into his description of the experience of persons in the pre-modern world of always living in heterogeneous space and time. That is, prior to modernity, people always were aware that there was more than one space and time. Now, it's my opinion that, contrary to what Eliade thought, we still have access to the world of the god and the goddess. And one major means, we have a number of means of access, of course. Jung emphasized dreams and dream interpretation, and you've been very familiar with that and worked with that. But another means has been what many call today visualization techniques. And again, visualization techniques are not Jungian techniques. It's just that Jung rediscovered and began to utilize visualization techniques in his work with the unconscious. The history of magic, if you know, a lot of people assume that magic is either something, in the dirty occult world, or it's something that is opposed to religion in some way because they've been misinformed by certain early 19th century or 19th century anthropologists. Actually, ritual magic is nothing other than using ritual process in many forms of visualization. So if you want to know what magicians do, they do visualization techniques for various purposes. And of course, if you really have an evil consciousness, you will use this for evil purposes just like you will use anything else for evil purposes if you have an evil consciousness. But like any other powerful spiritual technique, this technique is one which is very important. And tonight I will lecture. I'll give you more of the meta theory stuff on this. But I can just summarize it very briefly, and then you won't have to come to the lecture tonight. To me, this is a form of prayer. And again, anticipating what I'll say tonight is that, to me, prayer is any ritual form, ritual practice, or discipline which enables you to get clear that you are not God, but yet puts you in a creative touch with the divine. Now that sounds easy, but it takes some doing, as I was saying in my lecture last night. All of us have a problem wobbling too close to the sun and too far from the sun. We all wobble in our spiritual lives. We are depressed now, and we're manicky then. And the so-called dark night of the soul that everybody waxes romantic about, to me, is not at all romantic. It's just somebody that doesn't know how to fly in a little closer. Active imagination, if you work at making it into one of your chief disciplines in your spiritual life, will help you learn to fly at adequate altitudes from the surface of the sun. That is to say, the sun within, or the archetypal self, the numinous source of guidance and energy in the psyche. Now, there are many, once you get into this literature across history in different groups, once you understand it includes all sorts of the history of religious and magical practices, from St. Ignatius of Loyola's spiritual exercises to a lot of what some contemporary Christian groups do about healing prayer when they bring in Jesus in their visualizations to heal some experience or some trauma. All of these are related and are very similar things. Let me recommend that if you haven't already gotten Robert Johnson's excellent book, Inner Work, that's a good guidebook to both dream interpretation and to active imagination. This is one of the classics, however, that I would recommend that you get. It's Barbara Hanna, Encounters with the Soul, Active Imagination, as she puts it, as developed by C.G. Jung. It's one of the classics. I'm going to have some water later, it looks like. Hanna. That's correct. Now, one of the important things to realize is that there will be a lot of people that will tell you that there are certain things you cannot do in active imagination. And you need to make up your own mind about these things. That is, everybody has their opinion about the different ways that you can use this. You may know something about psychosynthesis as a school of thought. It's sort of an offshoot Italian version of Jungian thought. I don't think much of their theory, but some of their techniques are very useful. And they have variations on active imagination as techniques there. And also Gestalt. Some of the Gestalt fantasy journey techniques are related to this. Let me give you an example of what people say to do. They will often say, never do active imagination with a living person because that's magic and you're trying to control their minds, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't think it's terribly useful to do it with a living person. But don't worry about other people's anxieties, in these things. There may be some living persons that you can't talk to directly that you need to say some things to improve your relationship. And it might not be so bad to say it to them in active imagination before you say it to them directly. If you can't talk to your father, it might be nice if you had an active imagination with him. Maybe getting up your courage to do it in person. The reason I say I don't think you should be so anxious about this is that this is a very scientific technique. It's being used a lot now by people that are not Jungians. All Olympic athletes use it all the time. They use visualization techniques to practice things they're afraid of. So the research shows that visualization, if you do something in visualization, your improvement is about the same as if you did it actually in real life. So if you practice shooting baskets in your imagination, your rate of improvement is about the same as if you actually did it. So you shouldn't let people spook you about it. The important thing is to never invite into a dialogue any entity, human or otherwise, that you're not sure you want to be around. And you should always develop some sort of rubric to protect yourself from anything you might encounter on a fantasy voyage. That is, today, one of the things I will say to you is always remember to carry with you your version of Ariadne's thread. So if you get sick of where we are and what we're doing, I want you to leave and come back here by means of your very heavy tinsel nylon test, 100-pound test fishing line so it doesn't break on you. Also, one of the things that you should do is realize I'm going to give you a magic wand to take with you, so that if you find yourself needing some particular instrument or weapon or piece of technology to get out safely, that you can have it beamed down to you from the Enterprise if you need it. In other words, always be prepared to visualize whatever help you need to get back safely from these things. In other words, we don't want you wandering around somewhere and getting frightened in the inner world. Thank you, Randy. Now, there are many, many things you can do with active imagination in your spiritual life and in your own individuation. And I don't have time to go into a lot of that. We're not going to go do all sorts of things today. We're just going to do one kind of journey, one kind of meditation. But you can, of course, as Robert Johnson and Jung and others have pointed out, one of the most useful things you can do is to use this to dialogue with dream figures that are problematic especially, or figures that you are concerned about. Say a very puzzling figure comes to you in your dreams and is always trying to break into your apartment. You can go back into your dream space in active imagination, encounter that situation. If you're a woman, you can imagine yourself having a Lady Smith 38 in your hand, and you can invite him in and ask him what he wants. and you won't be in any danger with your nickel-plated Ladysmith 38, but you can find out what he wants and have a dialogue with him. And there are a million other variations on that in terms of people who, you may know people who have constantly repeated traumatic dreams of people trying to break in. They can't sleep at night because every time they go to sleep, somebody tries to break in the house. It's a very terrifying experience. Well, it can mean a lot of things, but it's very important to treat that psychologically, because synchronicity being what it is, if you don't treat that type of thing psychologically, you may have someone break into your apartment. I have had cases where I've tried to get people to welcome the inner intruder, and they were reluctant to do it, and actually had people breaking into their apartment. And nobody but a Jungian would take that seriously, but I always take that sort of thing seriously and try to deal with this in the inner world. So that type of thing, or you may have a child come into your dream, and you may be puzzled about this child. You may not recognize this child, and you can go into an active imagination, and you can very gently try to get to know the child, find out who this is, and talk with them and try to treat them with great respect. And it's a wonderful technique for that sort of thing, in amplifying your dream work. But I think it's very important, once you begin to understand the way the psyche is structured, and the way that I've been working in my own work on the what I call the four couples of the conjunctio, the way in which in everyone's psyche, in the deep self, there are these four couples. There are 8 figures that I've been talking about. I've done a lot of study recently of imagery around divine kingship and queenship and so forth, and I was interested recently to find out that in ancient Egypt, the understanding of the self was that it was 8 parts. There were 8 parts to the self, and one of those parts is your body. And I find that very interesting, given what I've been trying to explain to you, that there's a king and queen, a warrior couple, a priest and priestess or 2 magicians, and then a lover couple. It's quite clear to me that your body is the engendered form of your lover, and that was rather spooky when I discovered this Egyptian psychology. I think that it's important, someone and I were talking at lunch about this, it's very important to have a sense of these archetypal potentials in the psyche. If the objective psyche is so important, and if the archetypal self and the connection with it is of key importance to us in our psychological and spiritual life, then it's important for us to have a sense for these different potentials, these configurations, and to be able to have a sense to assess where we are on them and what our difficulties are. I have gone around the country working with mostly men, but with men and women in mixed groups, often 50-50, and leading people in active imagination with these different figures. Now, I've learned over the few years that I've been doing this a few things to share with you before we actually do this. I'm going to suggest to you in this that you try to have an audience with one of the couples. But you need to realize that when you're doing active imagination, you may have somebody that wants to come talk to you that you did not invite. And it may be very important that you have that conversation. And so you need to be prepared that this active imagination may go a direction other than what I'm leading. And you need to be prepared to go with it as long as you're comfortable, and then come back when you get uncomfortable. Come back here. In other words, say I'm leading someone and trying to connect with their warrior self. And I'm working real hard to get them in touch with that. Well, the psyche has a mind of its own, and the lover may show up. And if I'm working with a man about the male warrior, his female lover may show up. Or his female magician may show up. And my assumption has to be on that there must be some reason that they're so eager to talk to you. So one of the things that you'll want to do is, no matter what I'm trying to get you to do, if somebody else comes, it would be very good for you to have a little polite conversation with them, trying to find out what is it that you want. Why are you so eager to talk to me? What is it you have to tell me? How are you manifesting me now? What should I be conscious of that I'm not aware of right now? So in other words, you don't flunk if the wrong, quote, unquote, person comes. That's the right person. Whoever comes is the right one. And even, for example, if you get the shadow warrior, if you get the demonic side of one of these archetypes, and they all have shadow sides, you just need to be prepared to stand up to them. It's like John Dowerly was pointing out, never bow your neck completely to these. You stand up. And, for example, a lot of the time when we're trying to connect the positive king figure, a person will try to connect with a positive king, but they will get a king that is very bored and distracted, doesn't really want to pay any attention to them. Immediately you know this is not the true positive side of the king. This is the shadow king who would rather have you pay attention to him. And so you just simply say, I know who you are. Would you like to tell me how you're present in my life? How are you manifesting in me and in my life now? And they may not even talk to you. So be prepared for any of these figures not to converse with you, and no matter how nice you are. And then you need to ask the question, and we'll talk about this if you want to share some of this afterwards. You want to ask the question, why do you think it is that you have trouble talking with this figure? Because there's something going on that interferes with your connection. See? For example, if there's been a lot of pain in your personal relationship with your personal father, it may be very difficult for you to make a contact with a positive king without a lot of effort. And or you may, for the first time in your life, have a connection with that positive masculine energy. But we just have to be open to what happens. Now let me just give you an image. Let me just stop there for a minute and let you raise any question with me before I go on. Any questions about what I've said so far? Yes. If you're frightened, if some figure really frightens you, and you don't feel strong enough to say, now, stand back, don't bother me. If you don't feel strong enough to do that, or if you don't feel strong enough to say to the bad queen, if she comes, you know, you've been with me all my life and you've given me a hard time. If you're not able to speak up to her, feel free to just follow your twine and come back and leave them. I think you need to go back and try again sometime, though. Yes?
Morton Kelsey told me one time to take Christ with me.
She says Morton Kelsey told her one time to take Christ with you. I don't see anything wrong with that, because it's appropriate to have any helper with you that you feel you need. If you've been, for example, as a child, if you were sexually abused, you may want to try to make contact with your inner knight or your inner warrior first before you do anything else, and have them be with you. And if for you, Christ is sort of your messianic warrior to protect you from evil, then that's a good warrior to have with you there. But what I'm going to try to lead you in today, and we'll just see who comes, is I would like to have us go down to the center of the universe together, to the throne room, in the castle at the great core of the universe, where the thrones of Rex and Regina are, the great conjunctio, the great king and queen. And I would like us to see how many of us can get into the throne room and have both of them present, and see how many of us can enter and make contact with them, and see if we can have a conversation, and see who speaks first, and see what is said, if anything. We'll see how many of us may not be able to find anybody down there. We'll see how many can make contact only with one or the other. But we will go trying to find them. The great father and the great mother, the great king and the great queen on their thrones. See, I'm convinced that the human image of God is this great king and queen who are in a loving relationship together, and who head up our family. And we will see how many of us can engage with them. And then we're not going to worry about it. If we can't, we'll talk about what happened and think about why. But anyway, that's what I suggest for us today. And if there's anyone that doesn't want to try this, now you're free to leave, and we won't be mad. And at the end, if there are any of you that want to not share anything about what happened, you're also free either to leave or to stay and not share. And those of you, I hope, that are willing to share with us, we'll turn off the recorder, and we will share with each other who you saw, if anyone, and something of what was said, if anything is said. And then we'll be free to discuss in the remaining time we have some of the implications of what you've done. Is that okay with you? Yes. You may want to come back. You may not like the looks of the castle. Well, it's not as real. It's in the inner world. And just make sure it's a 100-pound test, something we could go deep sea fishing with off Mobile, and that it won't break. Just take it with you so you can find your way out. And so put down your books now, and let's have the light here turned off. If somebody back there will get that light. Ideally, we ought to be in a nicely carpeted, air-conditioned room where we could kick our shoes off and lie down on the floor, turn down the rheostats. So you can imagine us in that kind of room. So get as comfortable as you can, and we'll try some relaxation techniques. And if anybody that's sitting next to you starts to snore loudly, elbow them a little bit, and we will make this journey together and come back and then discuss it. So let's start breathing deeply. Close your eyes. And let's start just breathing deeply with your diaphragm and regularly. In and out deeply. And let's start our relaxation by flexing your feet muscles and wrinkling your toes, and then just letting them relax on the floor. And take your shoes off if you wish. Keep breathing deeply. Now let's tense our calf muscles. Tighten them very tightly, and then just let them relax. Now your thigh and upper leg muscles, tighten them up and just let them fall. And now your groin and your hip muscles, tighten them up and just let them relax. Keep breathing deeply. Give yourself a suggestion now, no matter how relaxed you get, that you will stay awake and be aware. Now tense your abdominal muscles and then relax them. Now I want you to make a fist with both hands. Tense all of your upper torso muscles like you're posing for a magazine. And now just drop them. Keep your head awake, centered. Now tighten your neck muscles and relax them. Now make a face and grimace. And relax. Keep breathing deeply, slowly. Now try to tighten all the rest of your scalp muscles and your ears. And now relax them. And just continue breathing slowly. In a moment I will start leading you. If your psyche seems to want to take you somewhere else, just leave us and go where you need to go. Take the help you need with you. Now I want you to look for the door to a corridor. And I want you to find a door to a corridor in your imagination. And then I want you to step through that door and begin walking down a corridor. Just look around you as you go. Keep walking slowly. Try to be alert and observant. Keep walking. I want you to find an elevator door. Keep walking until you find an elevator door, and I want you to push the button and wait until the elevator comes. When the elevator comes, I want you to get in, and I want you to press the button C for the center. When the car comes, get in it and push the button. After you press the button, the elevator will start going down toward the center of the world. Just let it go down. Be aware of it going down. And when it reaches the center, the door will open and you will get off and walk into another corridor. Wait until the car stops and get off. Now get off of the car and walk down the corridor. I want you to find the door to the throne room. Walk down the corridor until you find it. When you have found the door, wait until you're ready and then knock at the door. Someone will come to let you in. When the door is opened, look at the person who has met you, and then follow them to the throne room. Look around you and see what the room is like, what the building is like, how is it decorated. Notice the colors. Notice the furniture. Notice the textures. When you come to the thrones, find a place to sit down and wait. In a moment, ask mentally for the king and queen to come and let you have an audience, and then wait with respect. Let's wait now and see who comes in and takes their seat. Look carefully at who comes in. Notice how they're dressed. Try to see their face or faces. Now thank whoever is there for letting you come for an audience. And then ask whatever question you would like to ask of them, and listen carefully to their reply. Continue the conversation as respectfully as you can. Now let them ask you whatever questions they would like to ask you, and answer them as well as you can. Look at them carefully. Notice what your feelings are in their presence. When you're ready, ask them what role they are playing in your life right now. When you're ready, ask them what they would like of you, what they want from you. If you have a specific question about how you might serve them, ask that question now. See what they say. Now take a few minutes and continue the conversation following wherever it wants to go naturally. Ask any final question that you have to ask of them at this time. Now, before you leave, if you feel you would like to ask to be blessed by them, by one or the other of them, you may ask for a blessing at this time and see what happens. When you're ready, say your goodbyes and then ask permission to leave the room. When you're ready, follow your thread back through the door, back to the elevator, and when you're ready, punch the button for the surface. When you arrive at the surface, follow the thread back down the corridor, back to your body, and breathe deeply until you're ready to open your eyes.